That was great. That was great. What a start. What a start.
You just pulled a Kyle Shanahan in the fourth quarter / overtime of the Super Bowl, slamming an iPad.
we got 5 pair of headphones in here, and none of them work. Which is why I keep mine in Loveman's locker. None of them work. How do people break so many damn headphones? It's embarrassing. Oh, baby. All right, let's get into it, man. I know the Giants won yesterday. And Tyler Fitzgerald, we got great numbers on him, and that's all fine and dandy.
Bonte, I've never seen a player hit the ball like that.
It's
when
great.
You're in the Bonds category on about 4 or 5 different types of charts. I don't know what.
Right.
He became Babe Ruth.
He became Babe Ruth. It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable what he's doing. Here, real quick, before we pivot, like the podcast.
The pivot
Because we're going to
podcast.
pivot. We're going to pivot like the podcast. Last 17 games, batting .359, 11 home runs, 18 RBIs, 17 runs, 423 OBP, 15 extra base hits. Yeah, he's on fire. He's rolling right now.
Wow.
But you know what else is on fire? The 49ers right now. That's where we're starting, and that's where we're going to probably end. Look, congrats to the Giants. They got back to 500. Awesome. Logan Webb got a win. Camilo Duvall looked good. Great. Awesome.
Don't forget Taylor Rogers striking out 2 lefties in a row.
Great.
I think it was the most high leverage situation he's been in all year. Runners on second and third.
No outs.
Wood coming to the plate.
Awesome.
I know.
Awesome.
I'm just twisting the knife.
Why are you twisting?
The Giants. It just feels so irrelevant compared to the Aiyuk situation.
Well, that's where we're going right now. Brandon Aiyuk. Rumor galore. And last night, Matt Mayoko. I see already David Hernandez. Aiyuk could kick rocks. It is so funny how fans flip on a player. It's all good, though. We're going to get into it. Matt Mayoko yesterday broke some news, and we heard the rumors, and everybody was trying to break news. Oh, breaking news, Aiyuk to the Steelers. And nothing happened yet. Nothing had happened yet. However, when Matt Mayoko tweets out, and he had to tweet Sunday night, and then last night, basically, the Niners are willing to listen to trade offers for Brandon Aiyuk, and they've given the star wide receiver permission to negotiate a contract with other teams. However, when we talk about leverage and this and that and who has the leverage, well, Aiyuk's not going to Boston. They want guarantees that he's going to re-sign with them and sign a long-term deal. He's not going to do that with New England. He refused to do that at the NFL draft, and he's not going to do it now. Now, Cleveland is very intriguing, but is Cleveland really willing to give up Amari Cooper? Are they really willing to give up Amari Cooper? So we're going to get into how we got here, and why I think this has been bad business. But, both parties are guilty, but I think the Niners overplayed their hands. They had a guy who was willing to sign a contract shortly after the Super Bowl, wanted to get it done. They balked, they waited, they balked, they waited, and then you get through the NFL trade deadline, and you don't move them. And now here we are in a mystery training camp getting ready for a preseason game against Tennessee Saturday night in Nashville. And now we're talking about trading the ex-wide receiver on your football team. Because when the Niners break the huddle in practice right now, you know who their ex-wide receiver is? Chris Conley. It's Chris Conley. Is he ready for that role? Is Jennings ready for that role? Is Pearsall ready for that role? We're talking about Brandon Aiyuk here. And to me, it just feels like we've underrated him. And now we're in August, and we're thinking about, as we get ready for a Super Bowl, we're talking about trading Brandon Aiyuk and not replacing him with a player. I mean, if they get Amari Cooper, it's a miracle. That'd be a miracle.
To your point, like, overarching theme, I think the majority of Niner fans really like Brandon Aiyuk, want to see him stay on the team, and are really disappointed that this has gotten this far down the road. That's what I think the majority of Niner fans want to see Aiyuk play for the Niners, sign some sort of a deal to stay here. Like, and to a degree, the Niners are victims of their own success. When you have this many people making top dollar, you know, it's really, really, really difficult. Now, I'm a believer, and I don't know. We're not there. We're not in the negotiations. I have no idea who is driving the hard line. I believe most of the time it's both. It's two parties, because I believe it takes two to tango in any scenario. But when a deal is made, typically, whether it's a marriage, whether it's a compromise amongst, business associates, whether you're purchasing a house, whatever, two parties lose a little and they meet in the middle. That's my belief on how most deals are done.
Right.
And I don't know who's driving the hard line here, but I believe it to be both parties. Did the Niners come in at a number from the beginning that was just never going to get the deal done? Probably. I mean, let's just call it what it is. Probably. There's a reason Parag Marathe has been employed by the York family for decades.
Right.
He's really good at his job, and he's a stickler for every nickel. That we know. Okay, we know that. I also know I think the Niners got bent over pretty hard last year with the Bosa thing. And if you think about it, when you get screwed by one, the very next guy that comes up in line, are you going to get screwed again? Probably not. And so I think the Niners, to your point, probably did overplay their hand a little on this one. Simultaneously, I don't know what Brandon Aiyuk it has as a sticking offer. Did he have a specific number in mind that he was never going to budge from? Did the number was it originally lower, and then other people came in the door, and now that number elevated, which is fair, because once all these other houses in the neighborhood start selling, my house value goes up, and I want to sell at a certain price. Like, in this scenario, I'm really disappointed because I do see both sides of this one, and I just want this guy to be on this team for one more run. That's all I want.
That's all I want too. And look, man, we look at Bosa's contract and his money that he's going to get, and the base salary or whatnot, and the cap that he's going to end up getting. He's making some big time money, Nick Bosa, big time money. And look, he's worth it. And I look at Javon Hargrave, making big time money. 2025 is going to make 28. It's going to make 29 to 2026. We'll see if he even gets there. To not take care of our own, as Niner fans, we've been looking for top flight wide receivers and drafting wide receivers for many, many years. Many, many years. And you finally get a guy who went the JUCO route and went to Arizona State. And I listened to the Pivot podcast again last night, and I was listening to it on the way this morning just to rehash some things, and because there was a lot of nastiness going on online yesterday by beat writers who shall remain nameless, basically just assassinating his character, basically calling him a child, basically saying he's not an adult in the room, even though he showed up to camp and held in to try to get a new deal done, and he's been at practice. And this playbook gets sickening to me when it comes from white journalists assassinating black characters in sports. And I'm not trying to make it a race thing at all, but I see this all the time, and it's nasty work. That Aiyuk is a child. He's not being an adult. He's being immature, blah, 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 blah. And inciting Deebo Samuel as an example of being an adult. We remember what happened after 2021 with Deebo Samuel. It was nasty work by Deebo. Nasty work when he lost a lot of fans, lost a lot of Q rating for the way he was acting trying to get a new deal. So I'm not with the character assassination when I hear from his JUCO coach in Sierra saying, man, this guy was on time all the time. He worked his ass off. He was in the film room. I had no issues with Brandon Aiyuk. None whatsoever. You go to Herm Edwards. What did Herm Edwards and Antonio Pierce and all those guys say about Brandon Aiyuk? They love the guy. He had offers to Colorado State. He had offers to Kansas, Tennessee. He went to Arizona State to play with Herm. Didn't play a lot early on at Arizona State, and then next thing you know, he takes off. And as we were talking about to kill Harry, other people were like, there's this Brandon Aiyuk guy at Arizona State who's going to be better than all of them. And he becomes a first-round pick, and we don't know who he is. And he starts off slow during the pandemic season. Of course, he has that great run on Sunday Night Football against the Philadelphia Eagles. But what we're not going to do is assassinate this character. You may think that he's asking for too much, and that may be a thing. He may be asking for too much. But I have no problem with any player, whether they're overrated, underrated, betting on themselves. And that's basically what Brandon Aiyuk is doing. He said, I can be an X, and I could be a wide receiver in any system and make this thing go. I believe in my talents. You want me to run deep crossers? I can do that. You want me to run stutter and goes? I can do that. You want me to get my nose in dirty and go block middle linebackers? I can go do that too. I can be a well-rounded wide receiver. And we finally got one. And I thought about a conversation Guru and I were having with a former member of the 49ers at the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame. And that person came out and said, and I respect this former player to the teams. He shall rename nameless. But he told Guru and I, you can ask Guru when he comes in here, Sasky. He goes, so you look at the receiver room right now. Who you betting on? You betting on Debo? You betting on Jennings? Or you betting on Aiyuk? I said, I'm betting on Aiyuk. Guru said the same thing. And that former player said, you guys hit it on the head. It's Brandon Aiyuk, and that's the only answer. You cannot let this guy go. You cannot let this guy go in this offense, in this system. So here we are here, Dylan. And this, to me, this is bad business. This is bad business. Aiyuk may end up going to Pittsburgh, which he wants. What he say on the Pivot Podcast? If I had to guess, I'd play for the Niners. I play for the Commanders with Jane Daniels, or I go to Pittsburgh and play with Mike Tomlin and those dogs over there with Darnell Washington, Firemuth, and Jalen Warren, and Najee Harris, and George Pickens, and I feel really good over there. But he wants to be a Niner. He wants to be a Niner. He wants to be here. So I think in this situation, it's bad business by the 49ers to take it this far. If you're going to have a game plan, if you know who's going to go this route, why not just trade him at the NFL draft and get a player that can help you now? Now you're going to trade this guy, and you're going to put this pressure on Brock, Pearsall, Conley, Jennings, and step up for Brandon Aiyuk? All right, that to me is bad business, Shasky. This is terrible.
Well, I mean, it sounded like they were close, and then, the market kind of exploded, and then the Niners gave, again, I'm just reading the tea leaves here. The Niners, gave him either a deadline with a number attached to it, and Brandon Aiyuk refused it, or maybe the Niners never came up from their original offer. That I don't know. I legitimately don't know. He requested a trade. He's there. This is one of the rare circumstances, where I do see both sides. I understand, being frustrated at the Niners. I really do. If they were 27 other teams, the Niners were 27 other teams, they probably could do some wiggle room here and find a way to find the extra $4 or $5 million or whatever it is the difference and cave into what his demands are. But they are one of the few teams that literally has 40 guys of the 75 that are in camp right now. 40 guys are looking for a new contract. 40.
It's not
I counted it out. 40 guys. Okay. And so there is a pecking order. And again, this is just what my understanding is.
Wait, 40 guys looking for a new deal.
There are 40 guys that are going to be either restricted or unrestricted free agents at the end of this year of the 75-man roster. 40 guys. Okay.
Well, how many will be on the 53 is what I want.
Well, so I'll just let's go right down the list. I mean, Elijah Mitchell, who was sat out on Sunday, Brandon Aiyuk, Chris Connolly, Trent Taylor, Malik Turner, Logan Thomas, Braden Willis, Aaron Banks, Colton McKivitz. Right. I'm just going Jalen Moore. Right. You could say, Joe, none of those guys are on the caliber of Brandon Aiyuk. Okay, wait till I get to the end here. Givens, Malik Collins. Let's go to the linebackers. Dre Greenlaw can be an unrestricted free agent if they buy him out for $1 million. DeAndre Campbell. I look at the secondary, and this is where it gets kind of tricky. Hufanga, Lenore, Ambry Thomas, all of these guys could be free agents. Charvarius Ward. So Brandon Aiyuk is one of many guys, and I feel like they did probably try to prioritize him, and there's a pecking order here. And I think CMC needing new money might have jumped the pecking order. I think Trent Williams needing new money might have jumped the pecking order. I think Brandon Aiyuk, they have money allotted to him, and whether it's enough for him or not, I don't know. But there are other people in line probably with their hand out, if you're not going to pay Brandon, well, I'm willing to negotiate now of these other guys that I referenced. And look, you could say, Joe, Brandon Aiyuk is more important than all those guys that you referenced. I agree. But the way you build a team is like, could I get 3 of these guys for the price of Brandon Aiyuk? I don't know if that's the calculation they're doing.
That's what they did with Brendan. That's what they did with DeForest Buckner. They thought we could get Jimmy Ward and Eric Armstead, and we could get Javon Kinlaw. Now, Kinlaw didn't work out. Jimmy Ward ended up leaving, and he left him with a sour note. The way he acted in Philadelphia, that was not mature to me. That was not maturity with the way he acted at the end there. But when you bring up guys like Elijah Mitchell, he's going to be gone. Jalen Moore, he doesn't play. Like the big boys. I'm looking at Travarius Ward, Diamador Lenore, Hufanga. Okay, cool. Greenlaw, I feel like we may be looking at D. Winters taking his spot. Or Jalen Graham taking his spot. Trey Greenlaw may never be the same after that Achilles tendon. We may never see that. I think when it comes to football, if am I gonna pay Drake? I love Drake Greenlaw. He's one of my favorite players. But am I going to invest multi-million dollars in a guy coming off a torn ACL when I know that I got D. Winters and Jalen Graham on the cheap to play alongside Fred Warner?
But that's the other side of the right. There's always this thing. Like, if Aiyuk goes on the field, he could tear his ACL. No one ever looks at it from, and I'm not saying I cape up for management, but no one ever looks on the other side like, we gave Drake Greenlaw a massive contract. He was worth it. Yeah, and he tore his Achilles, and now you're paying him for tearing his Achilles, and that sucks, right? So it goes both ways. At least he tore it in the
Super Bowl.
What?
He tore it in the Super Bowl, playing his ass off. You know, something can't do anything.
Him. I'm not blaming him. What I'm saying, though, is that everyone says, you could get hurt, which you can. You could also get hurt after you get paid.
No, absolutely.
Both are. Absolutely. Todd Gurley's a great example. But they paid Todd Gurley, and he got hurt, and he was never the same.
But don't you want to do right by the player?
Of course.
That gives your organization the respect that they deserve. And other players see that as like, you know what? No matter what, they did right by the player.
But outside of the Buckner situation, where they did send him to a place where he got his money, when have they ever done any guy on the roster
really
wrong?
Well. They've done really well with this regime. However, I was thinking about this yesterday. The hardball era ended, and there was a lot of leaks everywhere, right? People are talking, leaking everywhere. Here we are going into year 8 of Shanahan and Lynch. And there's people chirping all over the place.
It's a byproduct of success.
This place was so buttoned up when they started. And they started, and it was buttoned up. And for somewhere, somehow, things just spiraled to the point where there's rumors here, there's rumors there, there's trades here. Our offseasons have not been drama-free whatsoever. Every single offseason, there's something that's hanging over. Now, to their credit, they've been able to put that to the side and get far in the playoffs and get deep into the season and play winning football. Credit to them for blocking out the noise. They know how to do that very, very well. But at the same time, there's just so much leakage going on and reports by beat writers or whatnot. I'm thinking, damn, can we button this up a little bit? Man, that's where Aiyuk got pissed off. When you look at the Pivot podcast, where the first time he ever spoke, he goes, look, man, I thought we were negotiating. I was getting my suit ready. I thought we had a deal done. And all of a sudden, I'm seeing things in the media and they're reporting numbers. That's not good business. That's not good negotiations. You know what I'm saying? And that ticked off the player. Players get ticked off by that stuff. When you start leaking numbers out there and they're having a negotiation back and forth, and all of a sudden the leak gets out to Adam Schefter or it gets out to Ian Rappaport, and you're watching TV, it's like, wait a minute. I thought that was a private conversation. So now it just feels like teams and the player, both these parties, are trying to get ahead of the PR trade, right? They're trying to get the headline to say, hey, hold on. We're doing it well. Hold on. It's just like the Klay Thompson situation in a way, or things got nasty with Klay at the end. All those stink pieces. I'm like, can a player just leave?
Yeah, but you can't control for the like the Adam Schefter stuff. Like you could feel that the team leaked it. I don't know. I don't know what ended up happening.
It's coming from somewhere.
But you also need to be emotionless if you're going to say everything's a business, right? To some degree, you have to understand part of the business model in the professional sports world is everything gets leaked, and fair or not, that's what ends up happening. To your point about now things are going to get. There's no doubt it is very chaotic. They've got mega superstars who are on cameras everywhere. They're on the receiver dock. They've got millions of followers on various social media platforms. Their wives, the team is so popular. Some of the wives are as popular as some of the players on the team, right? And then this is a byproduct of the success. When you're in the Super Bowl and you're pounding on the NFC Championship door every single year, I'm not saying it's right or wrong, but the Chiefs had a similar contract thing go down with Chris Jones, where Chris Jones, they just won the Super Bowl, and Chris Jones is in the stands week 1 with 2 guys that look like they're from the mob, right? So even Kansas City with the Golden Boy has had issues.
Right, and so they've had issues, and they still come into camp. And this narrative that And there's another narrative that I want to debunk today is that, Brandon Aiyuk's priority is to get the bag. Yeah, he wants to take care of himself and his family. There's no doubt about that. But you don't think the guy wants to win? Now we're questioning winning. Like you bring up Chris Jones. I was talking to somebody. It was funny you bring up Chris Jones. I was talking to somebody yesterday about Chris Jones. It's like, remember he held out? Everybody tried to say it was about his weight. Yeah, he wanted to be taken care of as the top of the top. He's a big-time player. Let me be the top of the top. He misses the games. They finally paid him, and he goes out there and dominates again, in the biggest of biggest games because the guy at the end of the day wants to win.
Yeah.
All these players want to win, but they also want to get taken care of, right? So, look, what does this offense look like with Brandon Aiyuk? Because right now my mind is Brandon Aiyuk's not on this football team. So now I'm looking at how does this offense move without Brandon Aiyuk? We're going to have Lauri Markkanen on at 8:30. He's been at every practice. I got to know what's going on in practice. Kawakami's going to join us at 9:20 to talk about the cap because he's saying some different things where Brock Purdy's money won't really take effect into the cap until 2026. So I'm trying to figure out what the hell's going on with the cap and Brock Purdy's money and how you navigate through that. But right now, Brandon Aiyuk has been told to go negotiate a deal with Cleveland and New England. It's probably not going to happen with New England. And Cleveland, I know he doesn't want to go there. And if the Niners do trade with Cleveland, they're going to want Amari Cooper. That'd be great if we get Amari Cooper. That'd be awesome.
It's a decent compensation package.
That's a great compensation package.
I think most of us would prefer to have Aiyuk, right? Like we want Aiyuk.
I don't want Aiyuk gone.
That's what I'm saying. Like I want to have Aiyuk on the team. I want one last run with this team. But maybe he wants top dollar. I don't know if he wants top dollar, but I'll say this. He had 3 games in the regular season and 1 game in the playoffs to prove what it would look like, him as the number 1 minus Debo, and it was a little spotty. And you could say, Joe, they didn't also have their left tackle. Very fair. They might not have their left tackle in years moving forward. Yeah, the quarterback didn't play well. Totally fair. But the guys that are commanding $30 million plus have been A1 targets on their roster for multiple years. And I'm just again, this is a small sample.
They also have different offenses, though, Joe. They also are pass-first offenses where their running games are not the focal point of their offenses.
Which is why I've been saying since day one, does it make good? I'm asking out loud, does it make good team-building sense?
For this guy, yes. He's your ex. He's a dog. He does everything on every single down. He gets down and dirty in this offense. You want people to get down and dirty, blocking downfield. You're looking at those Christian McCaffrey runs. Just looking at the highlights again last night. Damn, there's number 11 blocking downfield, 50 yards downfield. How many wide receivers don't want to block? Who don't? Hell, Deebo Samuel, they say he tips off plays because when he's not getting the ball, I'm just going to lollygag off the line of scrimmage. And I'm not picking off Deebo at all. All this stuff matters in this offense.
No, I understand that.
Aiyuk was trying to explain that with Ryan Clark saying, look, man, I do everything they ask. First and second down, I'm cracking down on linebackers. I got no problem with that. Third down, I'm going to go beat this guy. I'm going to go beat this guy one-on-one. So you know what? If they're going to move him, move him. But I think it's bad business that they waited this long to move him when we're trying to get ready for a regular season. And if you don't get a player that can help you for this season, then I'm going to be a little concerned about this team.
But I mean, obviously, they're not a better team with Aiyuk off the team. Like, there's just not. There's no other way around it. But I don't pay a guy $31 million a year.
I don't know if he's asking for
block,
that.
Right? We don't know what he's asking for.
Well, they're paying George Kittle a lot of money to block. He's blocking on the most crucial downs in the Super Bowl. And how many times we see that? No, we don't pay George Kittle to block. Well, that's what he does. He got 3 targets in the damn Super Bowl against Kansas City.
And he's making half of what Debo makes.
But he got his guaranteed money, though. They moved his money on and he got paid.
But
he got his money. All right, let's
put this up on the other side. But Aiyuk has gotten more guaranteed money through 3 years than Yamino Lenore and Hufanga
I'm not
their
going to
whole
pocket
careers.
watch. I'm not going to pocket watch today. I'm not going to pocket watch today. He's worth every damn dime, and he deserves the bag. He's one of the best ex-receivers in this league. And you know what? If you want to trade him, then trade him. To hell with it. Let's see what this passing game looks like moving forward without Brandon Aiyuk, because that's what I'm ready for. And we're going to see what's what. We're going to see who's who. That's what's coming up, brought to you by Robert Half.
9 out of 10 hiring managers are having
to be clear is that if and when he is traded, and I would say we're closer to a trade than we are to him staying in San Francisco at this point, he is going to make more than the 49ers offered him. How much more? That might depend on the team that he winds up with, because it sounds like some teams have been a little bit more aggressive than others with regard to the financials. But Aiyuk has a few destinations in mind. One of them was Washington. He made that clear as he made the social media videos that he posted with his buddy Jaden Daniels here. We have not heard Washington and the Commanders bubbling up as of recently, as far as them being one of the top contenders right now. Those other teams that have been mentioned, yeah, they're in play as well. But again, Brandon Aiyuk seems like he is going to be a rich man once he gives the green light and once the 49ers have the trade compensation in place with whatever team they're going to trade him to.
Now, back to the Morning Roast with Bonte and Shasky.
That's Mike Garafolo, NFL Network. Yesterday on Brandon Aiyuk. Niners getting ready to move, and talking to some people yesterday, there was a lot of buzz about Brandon Aiyuk in Canton, Ohio, I should say, Shasky. Canton, Ohio, Pro Football Hall of Fame, where Patrick Willis was inducted Saturday. Got his gold jacket, beautiful speech. I don't know if you checked it out. It was awesome.
I did. It was incredible, and it was long overdue. And
yep.
He's such a classy dude. I mean,
very
just
classy.
One of the great pillars of the organization, and it's great. He's only 39 years old.
I know. He's so young, and damn, we're older than him. And then, you see all the players, his former teammates.
Why'd you have to say that?
His former teammates going out there. Jim Harbaugh was out there. A lot of them showing his respect.
Did you see what he was wearing?
Jim Harbaugh?
The tucked-in polo.
Oh, yeah, of course. Jim Harbaugh's, he's one of one, man. He's one of one. But from what I was told, there was a lot of buzz about Brandon Aiyuk at the Pro Football Hall of Fame.
Meaning what?
What's going to happen with him.
Gotcha.
What's going on with him. And I think management now has gotten to a point. I can't wait to talk to TK about this at 9:20, and we'll talk to Kruger about this at 8:30. And management just kind of got tired of the situation. And now it's whether point does Jed York even want to pay the guaranteed money at this point? Does he want to come out of pocket for Brandon Aiyuk here with the 49ers? And it looks like it doesn't. It looks like a trade is going to go down. So how did we get to this point, folks? 888-957-9570. And how you feeling about these trade rumors? It feels realer than real. It feels realer than real deal Holyfield right now, folks. And shout out to YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter, brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal Finance. You got the dealer. Good morning to everybody out there getting out their graveyard shift. If you're at work, what is happening? All the overnight strippers or whatnot. Good morning to everybody. Niner fans, how are we feeling this morning? Are we ready to move on without Brandon Aiyuk? Are you ready to move on without Brandon Aiyuk here? I saw this tweet from Michael Silver, and I just kind of chuckled because this can't be true. Maybe it is. Maybe it's straight from Shanahan's mouth. I have no idea. Michael Silver Chronicle. In a vacuum, he says, I feel like Kyle Shanahan would rather have Kendrick Bourne and the Patriots' second-round pick than Amari Cooper and the Browns' number 2 pick. Kendrick Bourne and the Patriots pick in the second round over Amari Cooper and the Browns' number 2 pick. Michael Silver saying, I feel like Shanahan would rather do that. Then I see Tracy Sandler say, yeah, I agree with that. Would he rather have Kendrick Bourne coming off a torn ACL just because he played here once?
I don't know. I'm not going to pretend to know what Shanahan wants. I don't know. I don't know. Like, I legitimately don't know. I thought he wanted Trey and then, pivoted within, a year. So who knows? Like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know.
Yeah, that's just crazy to me, though. That's crazy to me.
I would rather have Amari Cooper.
Yeah, I think we all would.
Even if the pick was 20 slots lower, I would rather have
Amari Cooper.
Yeah, now, I don't know. I don't know if Amari wants to block. I know how important that is, and that's in this offense very important.
Yeah, no doubt.
But at the same time, we're talking about threats, just pure threats, and football players. Like Amari Cooper's resume is significantly more comprehensive than Kendrick Bourne's.
Not even close.
The question that I keep coming back to is, can they find some way to amicably resolve this? Can both parties budge a little and meet in the middle to I think at the end of the day, Aiyuk wants his money, quote unquote, but he also wants to stay with the Niners.
Yeah.
I think he's smart enough to realize his best chance of, because this is how I view it, and maybe he's viewing it totally different, right? That's my one chance. I view wide receiver different than running back and linebacker. There's a lot of guys getting 3rd and 4th contracts now at wide receiver when in generations prior that didn't happen, right? And so Amari Cooper's a great example. He's been broken off a couple times, and he's going to get a third contract at some point. Tyreek Hill, I believe, now renegotiated his fourth contract. Devontae is in the middle of a third contract, but he is probably going to get a fourth one because he's got 2 years left. So, like, once Aiyuk signs whatever deal with whatever team, it's more than likely he'll be renegotiating and changing the money around. He's 26 now. By the time he's 28 or 29, right? So before he's even 30 years old, he's looking at it at minimum a third deal, right? And so
possibly, yeah.
And that's where I would say to him, like, okay, maybe, and I know these guys all want every penny. I get all that, but like, is two, and I don't know the numbers, is 2 or 3 million per year less worth more to stay in this system with this team playing in the playoffs? I don't know what his algorithm is, right? Like, I don't know. Like, some guys, I just want to be a top 5 paid receiver. I don't know if that's how he feels.
Doesn't feel like that. He just says, look, man, I know what I can do. I work my ass off. I stay in a facility in the offseason, which I didn't know. He says, he works out. He lives out here during the offseason. He's always here. He sits in the film room. He sits in the weight room. He works his ass off. He's working. The guy does want to be respected, though. It's because he mentioned it. Ryan Clark mentioned it. We're finding out with Klay Thompson and all these players. And we see it in arbitration when it comes to baseball. J.D. Davis, out of all people, was ticked off about arbitration, right? Corbin Burns and the Milwaukee Brewers never could see eye to eye after they went through arbitration after some of the things that were said in those negotiations. It gets a little personal. Aiyuk has admitted that. It has become personal with Parag and the money makers with the 49ers.
I get it.
And he's like, look, man, I come here to did everything that you guys wanted. I made second team All-Pro. I helped Brock Purdy become a great quarterback. Now, Brock Purdy's helped him become a great receiver. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah, they make great synergy.
But they have great chemistry together. But Aiyuk also did have 1,000 yards as we're looking at all these wide receivers. Like, we're talking about Cooper, like, wow, he had 1,000 yards. Cleveland had 4 different quarterbacks last year. Well, it's not lost on me in 2022 that Aiyuk had over 1,000 yards with 3 different quarterbacks. Trey Lance, Jimmy Garoppolo, and then Brock Purdy. And he still went out there and balled. So we can nitpick certain games. We can nitpick game logs. The fact is, this offense went to another level with all these guys together. And I want all these guys together. But if we're going to go ahead and do the deal now, then to me it is bad business. And it's bad on all parties. Now, Aiyuk will end up getting what he wants because he doesn't have to sign a new deal with New England. He's still in New England right now. I'm not signing with you guys. You trade for me, I'm not showing up.
Do you know the Rolling Stones song? Can't always get what you want. Like, this is one of those situations, and this is where, like, I equate it to house buying. Like, unless you are godly rich, you're going to have to compromise on something. So when it comes to Brandon Aiyuk, it sounded like to me, he wanted his money and he wanted to, like, be top paid and get here. That's the feeling we get, and we don't know exactly what the specifics are. They only have so much money, and there is a row of people with their hand out right now that are and that's out of his control. But there are a row of people. CMC had his hand out. Trent's got his hand out. Diomino Lenore's got his hand out, and that's the business of football. But this team is just unique compared to the other teams that he's trying to go to. They're right up against it. They're paying the highest paid linebacker, the highest paid tight end, running back, left tackle, like all across the board. And so I think in an ideal world, they would have loved to have gotten this deal done and give him exactly what he would have made him happy and blah, blah. We're at a point now where I think the Niners need to come up a little. He needs to come down a little. See, and they need to just figure this out.
At the same time, though, Shasky, I'm not going to pretend like I know what the number is. I still don't know the number. Until somebody comes out and tell me what the number is between the Niners and Brandon Aiyuk, I'm not going to assume what the number is. And what I'm hearing from the guy, from Brandon Aiyuk, and I got to take it because players open up to players all the time. When players sit down with players, they feel a lot more comfortable because they know what it is to go through the grind and go through the business of pro football. We don't know. We never been in these war rooms. We never been in these draft rooms. We never been in these negotiations. That's what we're trying to educate ourselves.
What are you getting at?
So what I'm getting at is he basically said a couple of weeks after the Super Bowl, if you allow me to say this, a couple of weeks after the Super Bowl, he wanted to sign. He wanted to get it done. Just get this out the way and be a 49er and be a Niner for a long, long time. It didn't happen. And then the Niners started slow playing, and all right, we'll break here. Lupman's back, so he's on. He's a stickler for the breaks. What's coming up on the game brought to you by Fremont Bake, celebrating 60 years of full-service baking. No compromises. More Brandon
Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's...
Yo, Bay Area, what it do? It's your boy P-Lo. You're listening to the Morning Roast with Bonte and Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
What up, P-Lo? What up, everybody out there? Shout out to everybody on YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union for a low rate auto loan. Apply online to just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. And the segment is sponsored by Golden State Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. Coming up on the River Islands guest line, Larry Kruger, 8:30, Tim Kawakami, 9:20 from The Athletic. Mary Kay Cabot joined us yesterday on the River Islands guest line. And you know what? It's time for everybody to go discover the islands. River Islands in Lathrop. We're talking Brendan Aiyuk, 888-957-9570. Roasters, the lines are open right now for you 49er fans. What do you make of this situation? What do you make of this situation with Brendan Aiyuk and the 49ers? Matt Mayoko late last night, and I trust Matt Mayoko. You know, there was a lot of accounts out there tweeting that it was already a done deal, that he was in Pittsburgh. It was like, well, don't jump the gun here. But Matt Mayoko basically said that the Niners have given permission to Brendan Aiyuk to go seek a deal with New England and Cleveland. Now, it's been on record that, hey, Aiyuk doesn't want to go to New England. The deal would have got done around the draft day because apparently New England had a deal in place for their second-round pick to go get Brendan Aiyuk. Aiyuk doesn't want to go there. Doesn't want to go there. He wants to either go to the Commanders with Jane Daniels or he wants to go to Pittsburgh. If not, just stay here.
Okay. Well, so I feel like the options are pretty straightforward now. If those are it, the Niners aren't going to deal with a team they don't get something that they want back, and I don't even know what that. I mean, if they want Kendrick Bourne and a pick, okay.
Who knows what the Niners want?
Yeah, I have no idea.
Apparently, they wanted a first-round pick for Jimmy Garoppolo.
Yeah, so
maybe they're asking for too much.
Jimmy G, who might not make the Rams roster,
might not make the roster,
but I don't know. But I know this, like. They basically told him, like, go out there. At least it feels like they've gone out there and said, find who wants to trade for you. Now, in the Tyreek Hill situation, they gave up multiple picks, the Dolphins did, and we're ready to break them off, right? Multiple first-round picks, and here's, X amount of $1 million. Here you go. In this situation, it doesn't feel like the market is as robust as maybe I anticipated in terms of teams saying, I think there are teams that will pay him, but then the question is, are you also willing to surrender a draft pick and pay him? That's the double whammy, right? It's like when the Niners acquired Dee Ford, giving up the second-round pick, which was essentially a late first, and giving him all the money. So in this situation, okay, he wants to go to Washington or Pittsburgh. Well, those teams, their offer isn't as good as what the Niners want in return. So the Niners have said, we're not trading you there. We will trade you, it sounds like, to Cleveland or New England because we like their trade package, and you can get whatever deal it is that you're looking for. Or I'm assuming they have some deal on the table that he doesn't feel is adequate. You could stay here with that. Or the third option is you play on your 5th-year contract,
right,
which is fully guaranteed for $15 million or $14 and some change $million. I mean, those are your 3 options. And so I guess to a degree, like Mayoko's been saying for 2 or 3 days, the ball is in his court amongst those 3 options.
Well, here's what Mary Kay Cabot from the Cleveland Plain Dealer said yesterday about Cooper's standing, Amari Cooper's standing in Cleveland.
There is no impasse between Amari Cooper and the Cleveland Browns right now. Amari is in good standing with the Cleveland Browns because they restructured his contract. Mm-hmm. He's making his $20 million base, which is now fully guaranteed. That was one of the changes in the restructure, so that he didn't have to go into camp without a guaranteed contract. And then they gave him $5 million more in incentives that he should be able to make based on his previous production. So he basically got a $5 million raise come in this season, and then they were planning to probably revisit an extension sometime during the season, maybe after the season. Amari is loved here, so let's make no mistake about that. The Browns love him. He loves being here. He said the other day, last week, that he would love to finish his career here. But the problem is, over the long haul, the Browns probably don't want to pay him, more than the $25 million he's set to make this season. And if they're going to invest that kind of money, sort of close to at least the $30 million threshold that these elite receivers are making now, they would rather do so with a long-term contract for a young player who's in his prime at the age of 26. Now, why does that not make sense for the 49ers to do? Well, they've got a lot of big salaries. They've got a lot of offensive weapons that they're paying. And if they don't want to go to 30 or higher than 30 for Brendan Aiyuk, then maybe it makes sense for them to do this if they got something in return that could be a plug-and-play situation for them. And that's what Amari would be.
All right, Mary Kay, what would the Browns give up for Brandon Aiyuk?
Well, if Amari is going, then I don't see the Browns giving up their first-round pick. They're not going to want to do that. They haven't had a first-round pick in 3 years from the Deshaun Watson trade. So that one is probably staying here.
Mm-hmm.
I would say that the starting point then would be the second-round pick, and then maybe you would ask for a few other things for your former first-rounder, in addition to Amari. I would probably go with maybe a mid-round pick or two.
So, Chasky, if you're telling me I could get Amari Cooper and the second or third round pick for Brandon Aiyuk, and you don't want to pay Brandon Aiyuk, and look, I'm going to say this again. My preference is to keep Brandon Aiyuk. I want Brandon Aiyuk on the San Francisco 49ers. I think he's a really good player. But if you're telling me that I could get Amari Cooper and a pick for Brandon Aiyuk, and I get that Amari Cooper's going to want new money down the line, well, you know what? You're playing on a one-year deal. Help us win a Super Bowl, and you're going to get compensated elsewhere. I'm doing the deal right now for Amari Cooper.
Yeah, but Cleveland's not going to do the deal unless they have insurance from Brandon Aiyuk that he would sign that deal.
Yeah, no, there's no doubt.
Right?
There's no doubt about that. And I'm sure that, and that's one thing he wants to go to Pittsburgh, not Cleveland. But again, if the Niners can do it, and now Aiyuk agrees to that, I do it in a heartbeat.
So one thing that I don't think that we've kind of explored long enough is like the team building aspect. Like we were thinking, like, I think most people were thinking, all right, Brandon Ayuk's the guy that's going to stay, and then next offseason it would be sayonara to Debo or Kittle or someone else, right? Like Dre Greenlaw, whatever, some combination of all those guys. What if he just decides, like, you know what, I don't want to go to Cleveland and I don't want to go to New England, and the Niners stand pat with what they have, and they say, hey, look, play on your fifth-year option, and we promise we won't franchise you. Now, how does that help the Niners? Well, if he leaves in free agency, you do get the third-round comp pick, which isn't the worst thing in the world. It's not the greatest compensation, but it gives him some freedom, and it gets him, playing on the fifth-year option. Does he love it? No. Is he risking stuff? Absolutely. Like, I acknowledge all of those things, and it's probably the least likely of all of the paths that they could go.
If I'm Aiyuk, I want that in writing. That you won't franchise me.
Trent had that.
Yeah,
Trent had that in his contract, right?
Yeah, I wanted it writing in the contract, like, hey, you can't franchise me.
Yeah, that's basically what he had when they traded for him. Right. Remember, they said, like, we will not franchise you when you become a free agent. Exactly. So I don't know. Those things are rare, but maybe that's it. But if they move Aiyuk, I would be very surprised if we didn't see almost an immediate extension for either Lenore or Aaron Banks or whatever, because there are a line of guys. What?
Tarvarius Ward.
I'd probably sign Lenore before Ward. Like, Lenore is a guy who was a late round pick who hasn't made a lot of guaranteed money. He's playing without any guarantees whatsoever. He's made nothing in his career. If you get him this year before he really explodes, and I think he's going to this year as an elite player, I think he can be a Pro Bowler this year. Like, the price tag now is significantly cheaper. So there's a team building question of, like, hey, is it really smart to have $70 million, $65 million invested into wide receivers when I could pay one of my corners maybe before the market explodes for him, get maybe my left guard signed long-term who I drafted and have developed internally? Like, there is something to be said for maybe it's best to spread some of that money around, acquire a draft pick, acquire another player, pay some of these other young. I don't know. I mean, I would prefer keeping Aiyuk, but I do see, like, when you're balancing your roster because you have so many good players with their hand out, it's not a slam dunk that I have to pay Aiyuk.
Well, this is interesting because, and I hear what you're saying. You don't want to put $60 million in the receiver room. That's your philosophy. That's fine. Deommodore Lenore is 25 years old. I want to keep him here too. Tarvarius Ward's 29 years old. I don't mind having him, but I'd be a little weary. But he's a really good player. If I could get him a 2-year deal, great. I'd give him a 2-year deal. But a lot of these players that I'm looking at, like Eli Mitchell, can't stay healthy. I don't know. He can walk. Jalen Moore, I'm not paying.
What about Aaron Banks?
You know what I'm saying? Aaron Banks will get taken care of. Aaron Banks, I believe, will get taken care of. The left guard market is
very expensive.
It is very expensive. But
you're seeing guys getting $17 million a year.
And look, you know what? Shanahan does have a philosophy when it comes to offensive linemen. He'll pivot off an offensive lineman. Like, we thought Laken Tomlinson, man, we should pay Laken Tomlinson. But you know what? They didn't.
Well,
and we haven't looked back. We haven't even brought up Laken Tomlinson.
That's a great example of someone where they acquired a player who was a really good Pro Bowl level player. They let him walk in free agency, and we were like, what the hell's going on with Aaron Banks? They've redshirted him basically for 1 year. Like, that's what they're thinking they're going to do with Pearsall with one of these two receiver spots.
And you know, this was interesting, and I think we slept on this. This was on the Rich Eisen show. Rich Eisen show, April 26th, New York, Kenny. Ian Rappaport. This is not lost on me, because everybody keeps saying, well, we got our replacement, Brett Aiyuk. They drafted Ricky Pearsall. I think they were willing to trade either Aiyuk or Deebo Samuel. Go ahead, pull it. It is, what number is it? CY49. CY49, New York, Kenny. Ian Rappaport on a Rich Eisen show on the Niners trying to push to keep Aiyuk and perhaps trade Deebo. Don't forget about this. Go ahead, play it, Kitty. Oh, we don't have it yet.
I don't get the sense that they were close to trading Aiyuk last night. I think they would have done it maybe for a one. I wouldn't say this is like reporting. This is more just my general feel of the situation.
Sure.
It feels more like there's a little bit of a push to keep Aiyuk now. And could Deebo be had? Like, maybe. Brandon Aiyuk is a very good player. I think they have made offers out to him to pay him like a very well-compensated receiver. It's not there yet, and the market has gone up, as we learned last night right before the draft and several other times this week.
With A.J. Brown.
Yeah, and then the Amon-Ra deal, I think, helped Ayuk's market. Mm-hmm. But keep your young, good players, and if Deebo's got 2 years left, he's already been paid once. Teams might be interested. Like, I could see it.
So that was back on April 26th with Deebo Samuel. You know, it's funny that Deebo's having a hell of a camp from what I hear. Good for him. He's come to OTA. He's come to meeting camp. He's come to training camp. He's practiced. Looks like he's in phenomenal shape. But it's basically a contract year for Deebo Samuel, too.
Well, and Kyle has said this out loud. Him and Deebo are very close.
Very close.
Like, and some would say, like, hey, you shouldn't get that close to your players. I understand that. Like, I do. I really do understand, especially in the job that he's in. Like, it's...
Think about who he's hung out with Cabo with.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Deebo's one of his closest friends on the team.
Yeah, no
Every
doubt.
day at practice from the beat reporters out there, he spends 5 minutes or so gossiping it up with Deebo Samuel. Now, I don't know if other players around the league do that with their head coach, but clearly Deebo and Kyle are very, very close. That doesn't mean that he wants to keep them forever. I'm just saying, like, there's a relationship there, and I don't know. I mean, things change. And I also think that when we talk about this timeline, I think both parties wanted to get a deal done. And I think as different developments, the market changed, as opinions changed, as other players decided that they wanted more money because other markets at other positions have changed, I think this thing has been a moving target all offseason. And I think they were really close multiple times. And I still think they're close. I am not ready to say trade the guy.
No, I don't want to trade this guy either. I don't want to trade this guy. Now, let's go back to John Lynch. Draft Combine. Or actually, this is February 13th, a couple days after the Super Bowl. And we remember Aiyuk was very despondent in the locker room, very sad. Here's John Lynch. Back then, in February 13th, whether or not Aiyuk was a priority to re-sign a new deal.
Yeah, you have to prioritize all these things. You know, Brandon's entering his 5th-year option. Brandon's been a fantastic player for us. Kyle calls him a warrior all the time because of the way he goes out and competes, and that shines through anybody who, whether you're a trained eye or whether you're a fan, you can see the passion he plays with. You can see the production that he's had. We're extremely prideful in what he's become, and he should be as well. And so your team is comprised of guys, veterans who've been paid very well, of guys who want to be played very well. We got one guy on our team who pretty prominent who can't be played very, real well right now because the CBA doesn't allow. So it's all one big puzzle. We've developed a good cadence over the years, Kyle and I, where he focuses on the season. We do all the planning, and then we present things to him, and we work through it. And that's what we'll continue to do. But of course, you want a guy like Brandon Aiyuk to be a part of you going forward.
So Ian Rappaport later on, and back to Rappaport, January, February, March 4th, Ian Rappaport said the Niners were going to get something done after free agency.
It also means trade frenzy, also means contract extension frenzy, which is not quite as catchy, but still something important to the guys who are likely going to get deals, including Brandon Aiyuk, the star receiver for the San Francisco 49ers. He kind of raised some eyebrows, I would say, a little bit at the end of the season, leaving his future open with the team. My understanding is, obviously, there are teams who would like to trade for the very, very talented young receiver. The 49ers firmly believe he is in their plans. I would expect them to get to work on a new deal for him probably after free agency.
So this timeline of what has happened to get to this point, there was already a lot of smoke and mirrors before the NFL draft, and nothing has basically changed. Despite Aiyuk going to the facility, despite Lynch and Aiyuk meeting, despite the bro hugs, despite him coming to practice and being a hold-in, nothing has changed since February, March. April. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I come to the conclusion that, boy, this sucks. Aiyuk may have misplayed his hand, but the 49ers are not. They're not innocent in this situation.
They're both culpable.
Exactly. By the way, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and AC1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app. We'll get to the calls in just a second.
And you know, like, I want to make this very clear. I think he's a really, really good player. I think the Niners think he's a really, really, really good player. But when you're asking for, well, again, assuming he's asking for top dollar, I do think there's an interesting argument to be made, and I will listen to it. I'm not saying it's 100%, foolproof, but like, hey, we kind of saw what the offense looked without Debo, without Trent Williams, who are extremely important. Purdy struggled, and Aiyuk, these are the numbers. 4 for 76 against Cleveland, and he had a really nice play at the end of that game to get him 25 yards down in position. 5 for 57 against Minnesota.
Not bad.
5 for 109 against Cincinnati. All 3 were losses. And then in the Green Bay game in the playoffs, he went 3 for 32.
Okay.
So
no, hold on. No, let's context everything.
Which is what I said on the front end.
Let's context everything. Now I remember the Minnesota game. All 5 of those catches were in the first half, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And remember we had Baldy on the next day, and we asked, why did they stop going to him? And Baldy goes, I don't know why they stopped throwing the ball to him. Didn't make sense to me. Should have walked out that game with 13 targets. Remember that? So context to that game. And, by the way, Brock Purdy throwing 2 interceptions in the fourth quarter in that football game. Now, we could say, hey, Aiyuk didn't produce at a high level, but Brock Purdy had his worst games of the season. And then let's move on to Cincinnati.
Mm-hmm.
Or, the Green Bay game, the playoff game. Cincinnati, they got rolled. They got rolled in Cincinnati. Yeah. Well, Purdy didn't play well either. The Green Bay game, we all watched it. We were just talking about it a couple months ago. Yeah. I'll send you guys a clip with the announcers where Brock Purdy probably got away with throwing 3 interceptions. And Greg Olsen saying, boy, you missed Brandon Aiyuk right there. A receiver can only do so much. That we saw at the beginning of the receiver doc when Randy Moss narrated and said, look, man, we run the routes, we get hit. We can't control whether the ball's coming to us or not.
But that's kind of where I'm going with this, is that you're on a team where the most targets he got this year, 10 against the Cleveland Browns when Debo was out, and then the other 2, 9 and 9 in the game against Seattle and the other game against Seattle. So like you're looking at a guy that on an offense, he's not going to get 10 targets.
But sometimes you don't need the targets to create gravity for others, right?
But I guess
where I'm going is I
don't think it's smart money for this team, the way they play football, to invest $65 million in 2 receivers when you're not going to give both those guys 10 plus targets a game. Like the Miami offense, I'll grant them this, even though I don't think it's great money spent. They're going to throw those guys the ball 25 times. Those 2, right?
They will.
And I just don't think that you're built that way. So, I mean, like when I'm looking at team building, is it the smartest way to spend $65 million to spend it on 2 receivers?
But no, probably not. But, and I understand what you're saying. I'm not disputing what you're saying. However, when it comes to the passing game and it comes to making plays on third down, you need some guys to go down there and go make things happen.
Of course.
Do you have enough? If you move off of Brandon Aiyuk to make that happen in the passing game.
On the roster now, I don't think they do. That I agree. And that's where it's difficult. Like,
so we can nitpick game logs, but we know what happened in those games. The Minnesota game again, I specifically remember, you can pull this up, look for it, Lubman. After the Minnesota game, when Baldy came on, he was like, you gave Brandon Aiyuk all the targets and the yards in the first half. He stopped going to him.
But that's the ethos of the team. They're going to be a run-first team. When I listen to Dan Campbell and the receiver doc talk about Amon-Ra St. Brown, and I know that that's the money that's kind of changed the equation here, Amon-Ra St. Brown is the heartbeat of that team. Everything, Dan Campbell's like everything runs through him. He was so enamored with Amon-Ra St. Brown. He showcased 3 plays in a blowout loss at the end where he's run blocking to finish. And they are going to target that guy 12 to 15 times a game. He is their offense. And so for them, it makes sense.
You still got Sam Laporta. You got J-Mo Williams. You got some ballers.
The coach is telling you he's the most important player.
He is their most important player.
So I'm just telling you, like, I've listened to Kyle Shanahan hard enough. Kyle Shanahan's like, when we run the ball 25 times, we win. That's the way he thinks that football's played.
That's fine, but who's important in the run game?
Trent, CMC, Kittle.
Is Brandon Aiyuk not important in the run game? Blocking outside?
But I don't pay a guy $30 million to run block.
You're paying Kittle basically to do that.
But Kittle does 2 things for 15.
You pay him, but he got his guaranteed money, though. He got his money. You know what I'm saying? I mean, let's go to Rob and San Bruno.
It's about allocating funds.
Rob and San Bruno, what's happening?
What's going on, fellas? Man, like I said, the downfall is near, and it's very clear. Look, man, if you're trying to win a Super Bowl, we're trying to win a Super Bowl at all costs. We got the Super Bowl coming here next year in Santa Clara. Why are you giving up on players? Pay them for 2 or 3 years and get rid of them, but you got to bite the bullet. You got to bite it. You can't be out here bull crapping because you want trying to save a little money, and you saved up money to pay Purdy, but we got to know if Purdy's really that dude yet. You know what I'm saying? You can't invest in the guy that you don't really know.
Rob, let me ask you this. When you look at this situation, did Aiyuk misplay his hand? Did the Niners misplay their hand? I mean, how do you see this? How do you see this? How do you see this whole situation here? Or should they have just traded him on draft day and avoided this entire situation in training camp?
This is what I said same thing about Trey last year. You knew from the get-go you wasn't going to start play this guy. You was getting quarterbacks just to make sure he didn't play. So why you wait till the last week of preseason to trade him? Same thing here. They knew damn well they wasn't going to pay Aiyuk. They just didn't come with this in their head. They knew they wasn't going to be able to afford him. Hence why they drafted the rookie. Because think about it, the Niners don't go 3-4 wide. So why would you draft another guy if you don't keep Brandon Aiyuk? They all can't get on the field. They're going to run the ball. So when they drafted Ricky Pearsall, I seen it coming. Oh, they finna insert him. There's no way you keep all 40 receivers and play and then run the ball as well, then give it to Kittle. So my thing is, if you're trying to win, you got to pay whatever you got to pay. I'm not in the count pockets. I don't really care about their pockets. They got it. They didn't get rich off football. They didn't have money. So I don't really care about the salary cap. You pay who you want to pay. The rest of the guys on the team, Lenore, he good, but he's a replaceable player. I like Banks. The rest of them dudes is replaceable. There ain't nobody on this team that's irreplaceable except for a couple of guys. So at the end of the day, if the Niners really want to win and win a Super Bowl, in which we're close, and like I said, got the Super Bowl next year in Santa Clara, why you give up a player that you need? You need Aiyuk. You don't have a player like Aiyuk on the roster. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, good call, Rob. Good call. We got to run here. Vincent Columbus, we'll get you on the other side. 888-957-9570. I guess the question now is, Shasky, is Aiyuk replaceable? I want to look forward. What does this offense look like without Brandon Aiyuk? Is he replaceable in this offense? Will this offense skip a beat without Brandon Aiyuk should the Niners trade him to Cleveland, New England, Pittsburgh, Washington? 888-957-9570 is the number. 888-957-9570 is the number. That's what's coming up, brought to you by Fremont Bake, celebrating 60 years of full-service baking with no compromises.
Hi, I'm John with Jack's Restaurant and Bar.
Bonte and Shasky.
All right, join 95.7 The Game. You can flap and win at Harding Park. That's right, Harding Park might be a little windy. Friday, September 6th for the Pettinelli Financial Partners Golf Tournament, benefiting the Autism Society, San Francisco Bay Area. Go to 957thegame.com to learn more. Presented by ATCO Pest Control, the Bay Area's locally family-owned pest control company. All right, Larry Krueger coming up at 8:30. Tim Kawakami, 920 on the River Islands guest lines. 888-957-9570 is the number. I got your text, Lubman. I got your chat. 888-957-9570. Is Brandon Aiyuk replaceable? What does his offense look like without Brandon Aiyuk? Because right now, the way I'm looking at the depth chart and the way I'm looking at this football team is I'm assuming Brandon Aiyuk's not going to be on this team. And from what I'm hearing at practice, when they break the huddle, Chris Conley has been your starting wide receiver. Now, can he replace Brandon Aiyuk? He made some big catches in the playoffs. There's no doubt about it. So did Brandon Aiyuk. Is Brock Purdy that good? Because that's the evolution now. We talk about it all the time. Last year we were discussing this with Brock Purdy. Is he ready to elevate an offense by himself? He wasn't. But that's okay. He's only in his second year. I don't expect my second-year quarterback to elevate an offense. For crying out loud, Tom Brady wasn't asked to elevate an offense in his second or third year. They were a defense-led team in New England with a great running game, and he grew into that role. Brock Purdy may be there this year. He may be able to elevate this offense this season. We'll see about that. But what would this offense look like without Brandon Aiyuk? What does it look like? Are they able to score the 29 points a game that they did last season, Shasky, without Brandon Aiyuk?
Probably not. But I would say that there's two questions there. Like, can they replace Aiyuk? Over a 2 or 3 year period? Maybe. For this year? Probably not. You know, like that. Those are the questions. Like, because if you're talking about receiving back draft capital and no player, or even draft capital and let's say coming off of an ACL, you know, who's the
right.
Kendrick Bourne?
Kendrick Bourne.
You're downgrading. Like you just are.
Right.
Even if you think Ricky Pearsall's awesome and can step right in, he is a rookie. Right? And he's going to have his ups and downs. Going to play the longest season of his career. Right? There's so many elements. Never play a playoff game.
Yep.
Right? So you're talking about a battle-tested guy who's been in huge playoff games. Huge December and January games. The biggest stages. So
they made huge plays in those games.
Absolutely. Like, so for this year, like, I find it very difficult to believe that they can find a way to replace or even aggregate amongst the guys who are on the team his production. Because I see a lot of like, well, this just means Kittle gets more targets and this guy. Yeah, they might get more targets, but they might not be as effective.
Yep.
I mean, there was a guy for the Miami Dolphins for many years, Landry, who'd have like 180 targets.
Jarvis Landry.
And he'd make like 900 yards because all like 1 yard little smoke screens. Right? So yeah, maybe Kittle catches 95 balls this year. But does he get over 1,100 yards? I don't know. Like, we will see. But again, this is the NFL where random stuff does happen.
Yep, it does. It does.
But if Chris Conley is the one replacing him, that's not good.
It may be just for right now. It is practice. We haven't even played a preseason game. A lot of things can change in 3 weeks. Hell, Ricky Pearsall could be the starting X by week number 1, and we'll be ready to roll.
Well, that scares me too. Because,
I mean, you know,
he's a young guy who is going to have learning curves, and even if he is one of these special outlier rookies, which is very few and far between, but if he is, like, okay, so he's used to a 13 or 14 game schedule.
Yeah.
That gets you to December.
Yeah.
I mean, you got to go a whole nother 2 months on this team because this team's question is not, can you win the division? This team's question is, can you win the Super Bowl?
Exactly. 888-957-9570 is the number. Vince in Columbus, Ohio. Vince, what is happening, man? You're on the roast.
Hey, guys. Obviously, I'm a Steelers fan, so I've been keeping up with this Aiyuk thing, and I obviously want him just so we're not having George Pickens double covered all game, but I was listening to 93.7 from Pittsburgh, and they were throwing out a hypothetical about trading with a second-round pick and our right guard, James Daniels. So I was just kind of wondering from, like, our roster perspective, what do you guys think would be, like, a fair trade if it was just between us?
I'm going to be real with you. Most Niner fans don't see a fair trade to solve what they need for this season. Now, long term, it's a different question. Here's the better question I have for you. Who's better, that station you referenced or us?
He's already off the phone.
Oh, he's gone.
He's already off the line. Vince, call back. 888-957-9570 is the number.
Like, getting alignment. Here's a great deal.
888-957-9570.
The Niners get alignment, right? And look, it's tough for us to quantify how great linemen are. I mean, we're all of the consensus that Trent Williams is amazing. But if I asked a bunch of Niner fans, just at Levi's, who go to the games, do you pay Aaron Banks? I don't know how many people would even know what an average guard makes or how good he is or if they should keep him or not keep him. But when you bring up the receiver, we all play fantasy football, so we all feel like we know how good a player is.
I hear that. But you know what, though? I'm going to give the fans credit here. I think more and more fans are realizing that when it comes down to January and when it comes down to February, the games are won in the trenches.
Exactly.
They understand now. Because I've tried to do my part on these airways for as long as I've been in 95.7 a game. I've tried to talk a little offensive lineman or at least highlight offensive line play and say, look, defensive line, offensive line can win or lose you playoff games. The Niners are down 24-7 because the Lions are running the ball down their damn throats and controlling the line of scrimmage. Same thing with the Green Bay Packers. For early on in that football game, they'll control the line of scrimmage, and obviously the Niners couldn't get a lot of pass rush on Jordan Love, nor could they get a lot of pass rush on Jared Goff. Now, they ratcheted up in the second half and won those football games, but it's not lost on me that Brandon Aiyuk made some critical catches in those. Hell, even in the Dallas game, where it was a defensive dogfight against the Dallas Cowboys 2 seasons ago in the divisional round, who made a big-time third-down catch for them? On a quick slant, it was Brandon Aiyuk going over the middle of the field. Hell, a big-time third-down touchdown catch against the Detroit Lions. Third down, goal line, third and goal. Aiyuk runs a great route in the end zone. Purdy hits him on the money, so they have great chemistry together. That's why I don't want to give up Brendan Aiyuk, but what does this offense look without Brendan Aiyuk? Are they able to continue? I guess for the people who do believe that they can win a lot of games without Brendan Aiyuk and compete at a high level, I guess I would assume, Shasky, that it's because of the belief in Kyle Shanahan and Brock Purdy, which I'm okay with because I believe in those two guys too.
I think the Niners really like him. I think they want him. I think they have a number that they feel he's worth that also helps them build the team around, Brandon Aiyuk and Brock Purdy. Because you can't just pay, for example, let's give Justin Jefferson $85 million a year because he's the best and nobody's going, well, you still got to field out the rest of your team, right? So, I'm looking at these wide receiver numbers, and this is just the average salary. We know there's guarantees, and you could renegotiate. If they offered him, and we don't know, but if they offered him $27 or $28 million, that gets him into the top 7 or so, okay? That's about where he is. If the number that he's demanding is 30, I would probably be like, dude, 30?
Again, I don't want to get into the money because I don't know what he's asking for. He's never said what he's asking for. He just got ticked off that numbers were leaked. But I don't know where they're at in that deal. Now, Tom Pelissero yesterday said there's no deal done yesterday. This was pretty funny on NFL Network.
Well, Mike, it depends if you choose to listen to people who bought blue check marks on social media to pretend that they have information. And then the scam as they do it is they take real information, bits and pieces, and then they try to do the fake thing where they say, this is now done, where they're really just guessing and they're hoping, and then they just pretend the 9 things they got wrong didn't actually happen. And then they'll just be like, when they get one right, they're like, oh, look at this over here. So no, there is no trade done to the Pittsburgh Steelers. There is no trade done to any other team. No, the bro hug and the dap the other day does not mean Brandon Aiyuk has agreed to terms on a new contract with the San Francisco 49ers. What I can tell you, since this is the Insiders, and this is a show that you should trust for accurate information and not whatever somebody's decided to aggregate and misrepresent for their own benefit, is that there certainly have been trade discussions surrounding Brandon Aiyuk. In fact, certain specific other teams have been granted permission from the 49ers to speak with Aiyuk's agent, Ryan Williams, and try to work out a contract that would have to be a part of any deal getting done. Now, that has a couple of effects here. One, of course, is that it allows Aiyuk and his agent to see exactly what the market would be for a contract someplace else. It also does potentially allow them to get closer to finalizing a trade, but we're not there just yet.
So, how far apart are the 49ers? How many? Because there's a lot of there was a lot of things happening yesterday. I'm like, all right.
He was going at people online and stuff. What was going on there?
Yeah, because, these guys get paid to break news and they know what time it is and it's a big boy type of thing. And when you got just random check marks saying, oh, the deal's done, he's a Pittsburgh Steelers, like, wait a minute. Hold your horses a little bit.
Well,
because you know why people just want to jump the gun to be first.
That I agree with, but unfortunately, there are credible people who get information from people that is good sourced info that tends to be wrong.
Absolutely.
Right? I mean, like, how many times have we felt like Debo's out the door and this guy's out the door and this is going to happen and that guy? So I don't know.
I'm not mad at them for it. Hey, sometimes they need to
here's
be
the thing I would say is like, and you know me, I'm probably more, and I'm coming around on it. I'm coming around on like big media and all that stuff because I now acknowledge that I'm a part of it. But if you don't think credible members of the media have their own biases, well, then you're just misinformed.
Oh, no. Well, I think we understand that. I know a guy who writes for the Chronicle who has his biases. Mike Garafolo. Are the Niners far apart still with Brandon Aiyuk? What's going on with that? Mike Garafolo, NFL Network.
Where are we? Well, we're not close, and they have made a recent run at it, from my understanding, Mike Yam. It's not like they haven't had any discussions. They have had preliminary discussions. You saw John Lynch say that Brandon Aiyuk could play on the fifth-year option and play out his deal. They're comfortable with that. Then you got Aiyuk doing the little finger thing saying, hey, I could walk. So basically, it's a little bit of a standoff right now. Now, look, this is not where the Debo Samuel thing was, and as bad as that got, with Samuel basically requesting a trade, they were still able to salvage that. So let's not panic here. Let's not freak out. And maybe if it gets to the point where there's some offseason workouts and OTAs and Brandon Aiyuk does the little finger emoji saying, yeah, I'm going to be walking the other way instead of going to those voluntary workouts. But he does love the 49ers from my understanding, and he knows this is a team that is taking care of their guys when it's their turn, and there's no reason he feels like he shouldn't be next. He believes he's one of the top wide receivers in the league, so he expects to be paid in that realm, and the 49ers are not quite there at this point. So I think we've got some time before this one gets settled either way, but I know that the 49ers would like to eventually get Brandon Aiyuk under extended contract. And I know that he would love to be there under the right price.
Is the sticking point a number? That's the way he made it sound. It sounds like a number. Because the sticking point, for example, with Klay Thompson was the years, right? It was the years.
It's the respect in the years.
Oh, okay. So, like, I think this is like, there's clearly something. Because the DeForest Buckner thing, when it went back, DeForest wanted 21 or 22. I forget what the exact number was. Right. That was the amount of average money he was looking for. It was a very specific number. The Niners were like, we'll give you 18 or 19. And they were a couple million off. And they said the reason being is because we think we can get multiple players, you know, for whatever your contract is. And his sticking point was, no, I have to be paid X, Y, and Z. And then years later, he's obviously, you know, bent that he didn't get that money from the Niners. But the reality is, I think both parties lost in that situation. The Niners, you know, although they got a great year from Jimmy Ward, like the Eric Armstead deal wasn't that great, even though he had a couple of good years of production. We should have kept DeForest. We're still chasing money at D-tackle by paying Javon Hargrave, which is kind of sabotaged this Brandon Aiyuk situation in terms of the wiggle room that they have now. And when was the last time DeForest Buckner played in a high-leverage game that you remember in January?
Well, he hasn't. He played in the game last year, and that's because of the Colts undoing with the quarterback spot in the offense or whatnot.
Both parties kind of lost. He got the money, but like both parties kind of lost. And I feel like this is going to be similar, where both parties are going to regret if they move. I think that Aiyuk's going to regret it. I think the Niners are going to regret it.
Well, this is interesting because I keep hearing a lot of like, you know what? Trade Brandon Aiyuk, there's a million receivers come out in college.
No, they're both going to regret this.
Well, I keep hearing that, you know, college is pumping out receivers left and right, blah, 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 blah. Just look at the 2020 NFL draft. Henry Ruggs went 12 overall. He's now in jail.
He's in jail.
Jerry Jeudy, 15th
I think he
overall.
Stinks. He's on his third team?
No, second team.
Second, okay, second.
He's more known for getting into it with Steve Smith Sr. than he is for making plays on the football field.
And for dropping the pen when he went to go sign the new deal.
There you go. CeeDee Lamb, 17. I think CeeDee Lamb is an all-pro.
Yeah, but he's a great example. He is holding out and waiting to get paid.
Right. And he hasn't even, has he showed up to training camp?
Nope.
He hasn't even showed up to training camp.
Nope. And he's their clear number one, and he's their offense.
He's their offense. But I cited numbers from when Brandon Aiyuk got released from the doghouse, and the numbers are very comparable to CeeDee Lamb's. And Aiyuk's put up some great numbers, despite the limited opportunities. Jalen Reagor, 21 overall.
Reagor stinks.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Reagor stinks, right?
Yeah, stinks. Was he on second or third team?
Yeah, he stinks, right? He was 21 overall.
Yeah.
Justin Jefferson, I think we all know he's on a Hall of Fame trajectory.
He's one of the greatest players the game's ever seen, being this good this early.
And then you got Brandon Aiyuk, 25 overall, who has turned into an all-pro. So not only that, you got Chase Claypool later on. He's on his third team. He's kind of faded since his rookie year in Pittsburgh. Michael Pittman Jr., solid receiver who got paid.
Yep.
We forget, he got paid too. And I take Brandon Aiyuk over Michael Pittman Jr. all day long. I think he's done more. If you want to talk about high-leverage situations, now Andrew Filipponi from 93.7 The Fan in Pittsburgh. We've had him on the Pony Express. And he joined Willard or Dibs yesterday. Thanks. Nice for scooping us, Lucas Willard. Nah, I'm kidding. But he's been all over this, saying that Aiyuk wants to play for the Steelers. And he got asked why he tweeted that the deal with Aiyuk and the Steelers was at the goal line.
Look, I said goal line because I think the part of can we put a financial offer hypothetically in front of Brandon Aiyuk that he would say yes to, I get the impression that part is done. And it's just getting the trade thing worked out, and maybe they can't do it, or maybe the 49ers want to sit on it and wait. But I think the Steelers feel like maybe the complicated part, which has been an issue for other teams, you looked at what Adam Schefter said today, trying to get Aiyuk to agree on a contract, parameters of that with a new team. My understanding is that part of it's pretty much done with the Steelers.
Wow.
So at the goal line.
Here's what I don't understand. It doesn't seem like they're going to break the bank for him, though, does it? Does it feel like he's going to get $31, $32, $33 million a year AAV from the Steelers?
Nope.
Is that how they do business? I mean, TJ Watt's one of their best players in the last 20 years, and even he had to do like a hold-in before they could pay him.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, man. Does anyone know anything? Like what? I feel like we're all just speculating.
We're all just speculating. Wow. I guess we're not going to have a guest on at 8:30.
There's a lot going on.
A lot of things are percolating. We're working on it, though.
Filipponi. Oh, man. What if the money was equal, Filipponi?
I don't think he feels like that's realistic. Clearly, I don't think he feels like he could get that contract from the 49ers. So if both things were, if the same contract was on the table from both teams, this is just a hypothesis of mine. I think he would take the 49ers contract.
Got it. Okay.
So what I'm guessing is maybe the 49ers offers like 26, and maybe a team like the Patriots is willing to give him 30, but he'll take 28 from the Steelers.
Was that a hypothesis? He said he dropped a hypothesis on me?
See, that's where Tom Pelissero comes in saying, a lot of people out here tweeting and left and right. There's too many people who act like they have sources.
Well, I mean, I hear things and I don't pretend to put it out there as I'm like a newsbreaker. Because people ask us all the time, do they not? All our friends and family.
Well,
what do you know? What do you know?
Well,
what's going on with this? What's going on with that? And you don't even tell me stuff.
Yeah,
and it pisses me off.
Yeah, I know. I don't tell anybody. Off the record is off the record. And when people tell me to keep a secret, I'm going to keep my credibility with people. Because there's a lot of people don't care about their own integrity. They don't care about whether or not they screw somebody over or whatnot. People are all in it about themselves. But I'm about relationship building and networking and continue to grow those networks. So if somebody tells me something, they say, hey, it's off the record, then damn it, I'm going to zip my lips and I'm going to call myself Bennett because I ain't in it. That's just, it is what it is. That's where I'm at. So that's, where I'm at. 888-957-9570 is the number. 888-957-9570 is the number. Brandon Aiyuk, he joined Shannon Sharp and Chad Johnson earlier this offseason. Here's what he had to say about this as we go down the Brandon Aiyuk rabbit hole.
They're trying to get work done. I mean, they trying to get work done. That's all I can say. Y'all know how it gets. I don't even want to get too far into that. But I'm just trying to get like what Ocho just said. I'm trying to get what I deserve. I felt like this season playing football, I figured out who I was as a person, as a player, what I bring to the table, what I bring to the locker room, what I bring to the organization, and just the value I hold when I walk in that building, because people gonna follow me because I've done it the right way since I've been in that building. From the first day I walked in there to when I was in there earlier this morning, done it the right way. So, and if they don't see it worth in that, that's all it is. That's all it is. It ain't nothing else. It ain't nothing else besides that. But I can't get into it. We got professionals working on both sides, so hopefully we can come to a professional agreement and continue to play professional football.
And what's funny is when I was listening to the Pivot podcast last night, just kind of catching up on everything. I had no idea Brandon Aiyuk's mom. Now I don't know how much this weighs in anything. I don't think it has any value whatsoever. But I did not know Brandon Aiyuk's mom. he was talking about, when I was a kid, she went crazy over the Niners. She loved the colors. She loved the uniform. She was a big-time Niner fan. Big-time Niner fan. And then he's like, when he got drafted there, his mom was like in heaven. So then on the pivot, they asked him, so does she want you to stay with the Niners? He goes, no, she just wants what's best for her son now.
Well, that's like Sergio Romo's dad grew up and his whole family diehard Dodger fans. And it took him a long time to switch over to the black and orange.
Right.
I kind of respect that.
I respect it too. I respect it as well. Now, Adam Schefter's got a latest tweet, and we'll play a sound from Adam Schefter in just a second.
And Jeff Darlington is also reporting, that's what I was looking at, Jeff Darlington reporting that if they make the deal with Cleveland, Cooper is a part of that deal.
Wow.
That's what Jeff Darlington is reporting.
So 888-957-9570.
Jeff Darlington.
9570. I trust him. I trust him. And if Jeff Darlington is saying that Cooper's coming back in the deal, then you know what?
But here's the thing with Coop, though.
Brandon Aiyuk, I miss you. I love you. I wish you were a Niner for the entirety of your career. But if we're not going to come to an agreement with Brandon Aiyuk, and I need to win now. I need to win this year.
I prefer that deal, yeah.
I will give me Amari Cooper, and we'll figure out something, because I think Amari Cooper could explode in this offense.
Well, I prefer that deal over New England, and I prefer that deal over Pittsburgh, given it helps you now. But my preference is to keep Aiyuk, which it feels like that's lost. But here's the other part, B. How do you know that if you get Amari Cooper, he doesn't want to renegotiate immediately?
Well, you know what?
I mean, it just feels like one of those,
it's true.
I hate to be the cynic. I feel like I'm a broken record.
No. You have to look at both sides of the equation.
Right?
Cooper goes out there, it's like, ooh, I like playing for Shanahan. Ooh, there's Brock Purdy. And what does that deal look like? And then how will the fans feel
That's a great question.
if they pivoted and said, you know what, we're not going to give you what you want, Brandon Aiyuk, but they'll pivot and give Amari Cooper a deal.
Who's a better pure route runner, Amari Cooper or Brandon Aiyuk?
Well, Cooper, we've seen more of it, but I don't think Brandon Ayuk's a bad route runner at all.
I think they're close.
It's very close, and Ayuk's the younger player.
And I think that Aiyuk is the better blocker, because one of the things that's been criticized...
He's tougher than Amari Cooper.
Yeah, Amari's not going to be dedicated.
Sometimes Amari Cooper, and I had a lot of experience covering the Raiders and watching Amari Cooper. Now, that was a long time ago.
Yeah.
A long time ago. That was 7 years ago. But boy, there was a lot of times he tapped out.
Is he a better downfield threat?
Well, I think he has more downfield. Yeah, Cooper, he can be more of a downfield threat. But we saw Aiyuk make some big-time plays down the field.
Here's the other aspect that I want to give Sam some credit.
Go ahead.
Because Sam texted me this. Like, if we're talking about the offense without Aiyuk, and clearly getting Amari Cooper would offset a lot of this, how big of a spotlight shifts to Amari Cooper and Ricky Pearsall?
Well, I think people will give Amari Cooper some grace, saying, oh, he's a new kid on the block. He's been here for a few weeks before the regular season. And I think fans at this point, from what I'm gathering and from what I'm sensing, they would just be happy the drama's over.
Yeah.
And then they could just focus on football.
You're probably right.
And so then they'll just say, you know what, Brandon Aiyuk, you played yourself. Good riddance. As on the screen, we see Brandon Aiyuk make a deep downfield shot in front of two defenders. So, I mean, he's a damn good downfield player. No, I'm not trying to dilute Brandon Aiyuk whatsoever.
I think Ayuk's the better overall player than Cooper, but Amari Cooper's a very good player.
He's a very good player.
He's a very good player.
I mean, if you're asking me, I can get a player who could help me now.
And a pick.
Then I'm doing that deal all day.
Yeah, I probably
I'm doing
would
a deal
too.
all day.
And then it gives me a little wiggle room if you know that Cooper doesn't want an extension. Can I extend one of these other guys who's set to be a free agent for next year? Like, can I get the jump on an Aaron Banks or Diamond Lenore extension and get them cheaper so I don't have this problem next offseason?
888-957-9570 is the number. Adam Schefter earlier today. This is not a simple trade to execute. Any interested team would have to meet the asking price of Brandon Aiyuk and the 49ers. It's easy to meet one of those conditions, but considerably more complicated to meet both. So far, no one has been able to do it. So that's 2 hours ago from Adam Schefter as we await some news with Brandon Aiyuk. Maybe he just says, you know what, I'm staying in San Francisco. I want to be here with Brock Purdy.
I hope.
And we all hope. 888-957-9570 is a number. I want to hear from Niner fans. Where are you at on this situation? We're all in the dizzy here. We're all our heads are spinning right now when it comes to this situation. I want to hear from Niner fans on this situation. Are you exhausted for Brandon Aiyuk? Are you confident this offense, even if they don't have Amari Cooper, even if they don't have Brandon Aiyuk, can this offense still thrive at a high level without number 11 at the X spot? 888-957-9570 is the number.
Where does John Lynch play in all this? Part of the great like consiglieres in any organization would be someone that kind of like gets everybody to just calm down, settle things when two parties feel very aggravated by the other one and it feels like they're at an impasse and there's going to be no, deal done. Can John Lynch, does he have the kind of cachet in the room to bring both parties together and just figure out a way to amend this situation?
It's a great question.
Because, I think of Jerry West and how many times he stepped in and whether it was the Lakers, Memphis, the Warriors, like he was always kind of the calming force. John McVay, who's, his grandfather with the Niners, he came in and kind of talked Eddie D down from time to time and Bill Walsh down and got them on the same play. Can they figure out a way to come to the table with someone like John Lynch? Well, I'm just curious.
You're asking me the question, and it's a great question. I don't know how much John Lynch has to do with the financials and the books and the numbers. There's a guy named Parag Marathe who we've all gotten to know. And then there's the question of, does Jed York want to pay the guarantees to a guy like Brandon Aiyuk? Does he want to pay him that big, fat guarantee money after he's paid out? Look, to Jed York's credit, he's paid Dre Greenlaw. He's paid Fred Warner. He's paid George Kittle.
$477 million in escrow for guarantees the last 4 years.
He's paid all these guys. So I don't know. I don't know the answer to that question. Let's go to Jason and San Mateo. Jason, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Yeah, here's my thought. I think if Brandon Aiyuk signs with another team, the minute he puts the pen down, he just kind of instantly regrets it. It's kind of a reverse buyer's remorse, right? You definitely want to get as much money as you feel you're worth, but then I think at the same time you kind of regret it because you know what you have with the Niners, right? It's kind of what you know and what you're comfortable with versus, okay, I got the money, but I don't know what I'm walking into, right?
Yep. So what do you think? How do you think this offense looks without Brandon Aiyuk?
They got a lot of weapons. They can definitely score points, but he's a key part of the offense, right? And depending on where he goes, he could be the only player. And then now he's being double-teamed. And if he goes to an offense with no other threats, then, it's going to be hard for him to put up the awesome numbers he did with the Niners.
But what does the Niners offense look like without Brandon Aiyuk?
Again, I think they'll be good, but I think they could be better with Brandon.
Gotcha. Good call, Jason. Let's go to Ryan in St. Louis. What's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, how you doing?
What's up,
I just wanted to say that I think we're not thinking about Brandon Aiyuk's ability in the locker room, his mentality. I don't think Cooper would have went and did what Brandon did to Fred Warner last year, sticking up for the other wide receivers. His ability to be physical, his ability to understand the offense, running the X position, and also being like a blocker. We always want to hail what George Kittle does as an offensive lineman almost. We got to do the same thing for Brandon Aiyuk. Cooper ain't never had to do that in Cleveland. And also, we all know that he got alligator arms, too. No offense to him, but at the same time, if Brandon was playing in Cleveland getting those many targets, he will definitely surpass 1,200 yards receiving. And so I just think we're taking numbers but not equating context as far as what are you doing with the opportunities that you do have. And I think we're just not giving Brandon Aiyuk his just due. Even he's a homegrown guy. He hasn't given us no issues, but now all of a sudden people want to talk about his character. But for 4 straight years, this guy's been nothing but a stand-up guy, a locker room guy. He made sure he galvanized the team when all the other drama was going on. And we're just dismissing it as if that doesn't count for the mentality that you need to galvanize the locker room and thinking a new guy who's cool, calm, and that doesn't say much in Cooper just going to come in at the most high, intense moment of 49ers franchise and just gonna be like, okay, I'm just gonna sit here and be a fly on the wall. No,
he
bro,
did play with the Cowboys though. And as much as the Cowboys can be seen as a joke, it's a pretty white hot spotlight on that team at all times.
But Dak gets all the pressure.
No doubt.
Micah
But I'm just
Parsons
saying,
gets all the question. But to his point, finish the call, Ryan. Go ahead, Ryan. Keep going. Yeah, he did get traded.
He got because he. In big games, he was on the sideline. If y'all remember this, because we 49ers fans, remember he didn't even play that 4th quarter. He was just sitting there with his helmet in his hands. And people like, okay, here you go, reminding us of what? The Raiders. And I know Bunte didn't want to talk about that, but I'm just saying, he's like, Cooper is still Cooper. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And so we
No, you know what, Ryan? You got a point with Cooper and the locker room mentality. And I'm glad you brought that up about training camp because for last couple of years, BA has been that guy in training camp. And he did step up to Fred Warner. Fred Warner challenged him, and he stepped up to Fred Warner, and he led the way, and he won a lot of respect in that locker room stepping up to Fred Warner. He looked at the way he was cooking DBs up left and right, putting them in the blender in training camp left to right, setting a tone. And we know Debo's playing great in practice right now, but there's no doubt Brandon Aiyuk has been the better practice player and when it comes to that locker room or whatnot. And to his point about Amari Cooper being quiet, he does get a little quiet. He does get a little alligator arms. He has his flaws. There's no doubt about it. He's not the perfect player. If he was the perfect player, he wouldn't have been traded a couple times here.
Well, and to say, like, what would Brandon Aiyuk look like in another team, like with Cleveland? I don't know. Stefanski's a really good coach. Sure. I like their team. They've always had a really high proficiency to run the ball as well as the Niners have. But there is something to be said when you are the clear-cut, bona fide number one. Like, hypothetically, he goes to New England, and you're their number one. They don't have a running game. They don't have a tight end.
They stink. It's going to be trouble. It's going to be a problem for him out there.
That's what I'm saying. Like, okay, maybe he puts up 1,300 or 1,400 yards, but maybe it doesn't look anywhere near as efficient as what it looked like here because he's got Drake May throwing to him, and he's got a coordinator we've never heard of.
But if he goes to Cleveland, Deshaun Watson.
It might look good.
Oh, I think it will look right.
I don't know. But again, like, I watched Devontae. Devontae's a great player, and I'm watching him on the receiver dock, and he's literally said, I've never been hit like the Chargers. Right. The weak-ass Chargers are bracketing him on every play, banging him at the line. There's 3 guys around him. He's like, I've never seen this much coverage in my life.
You also need a quarterback.
But that's the difference of I played with Aaron Rodgers and Aaron Jones, and now I'm playing with, Aiden O'Connell and, Josh Jacobs. It's just different.
Well, you're playing with Nick Chubb. He's playing with Deshaun Watson and Njoku.
Or it could be New England.
Well, I don't think he's going to sign with New England. New England's not going to do that deal. He knows better. And then going to Boston. I just don't think that's the place for Brandon Aiyuk when you think about his personality. But, if he did go to Cleveland or whatnot, he could ball out there.
I think he fits in a lot of places, Bonte.
But don't you say this. Let me ask this, though, real quick. Doesn't he see the top corner with the 49ers?
Say it again.
Doesn't he see the top corner on the opposing defenses for the most part every single game? Like L'Jarius Sneed was shadowing Brandon Aiyuk. And he had L'Jarius Sneed in the dirt in the Super Bowl with the game on the line.
I think there's 2 different ways of looking at it. Like, does he see the top corner? Probably 9 times out of 10. But does he get that automatic safety bracket every single time? Like when I watched T.O. as a Niner fan, I remember that safety would shade over. Shade over. When Randy Moss, old man Randy Moss, came to the Niners, it changed the whole field dynamics in terms of where players were standing for Crabtree. Crabtree had so much room to operate because they were bracketing Randy Moss, even though he was 40 years old, because they feared him. I don't think he gets bracket coverage like that consistently. I'm not saying it doesn't happen. I'm just saying,
not consistently.
Like when Justin Jefferson's playing, you are shading over in his direction the whole game.
No doubt. But I would love to hear that from Baldy. I would love to hear that from a film breakdown because I know in the Green Bay game he got bracketed a lot in that playoff game because Debo was out with no Debo, and it was a struggle for this offense. Brock Purdy also struggled. Let's not be real. Brock Purdy also struggled. I'm not trying to shade Brock Purdy. Brock Purdy's a very good quarterback. But I am intrigued to see what this offense looks like without Brandon Aiyuk and how that affects Brock Purdy. I want to see it.
I'm with you. But also, a byproduct of this offense is you're going to get a lot of one-on-ones on the outside because teams know they got to stop the run. And they're going to load the box like that. Whether it's Jimmy, Nick Mullins, when it was Trey, now that Brock Purdy, the book is at, like, the whole league is like, can we load the box and stop CMC?
Let's go to, and then he's going to see a lot more guys in the box if you don't have number 11.
No question.
There's no doubt. Dave in Fresno, what's happening?
Guys, hey, look. I think the Niners, they're making it harder than it needs to be, And I think when St. Brown got signed, I think that was a good stepping stone right there, a good gauge to go off of. And if they had a number in mind that they didn't want to cross, we should have took this before the draft. And, now we're at this point where, okay, if you do trade them, you can't really dictate what you get back.
They had a window to get a deal done. They had a window to make a trade. They had another window to get a deal done. And it feels like for whatever reason, no deal has been done with Brandon Aiyuk and no deal with a trade. I personally believe both parties share culpability on why it got to where it's at. That doesn't mean that Brandon Aiyuk has been unprofessional. I actually think he's one of the most professional players in the Bay Area.
Trent Williams hasn't even come to camp.
I know.
He's just basically like, pay me or not. And you know what? You're going to have to pay him.
I watched Trent Williams take a lot of days off the last couple of years when we would go to camp.
Right.
I'm not
and
doing
I
every
get it.
day.
He's a veteran.
No, he's earned it.
He's earned it.
One guy who doesn't take time off when he was was Brandon Aiyuk. Brandon Aiyuk, in terms of practicing and setting the tone for the team, he's about as impeccable as can get.
And that's why I get a little ticked off when people start assassinating his character.
That I agree with.
That's nasty work.
It's not fair.
That's nasty work. That's nasty work. Don't assassinate the young man's character. You don't want to pay him, that's fine. You don't think he's a top 5 wide receiver, top 10 wide receiver, that's fine. If you don't want, that's fine. But you know what? To assassinate the young man's character, shame on some of these journalists out here. That's dirty work. That's nasty. That's not what I subscribe to at all. That's awful. Awful, awful, awful. All right, let's get to the injury report, New York Kenny. Here we go. All right, positive news for the Oakland A's regarding Mason Miller, one of the best closers in baseball, has been recovering from a fracture in his left pinky. He was able to play catch without a cast this past weekend, and then yesterday he completed a 15-pitch live bullpen session for no issue. He can rejoin the active roster the next day or two. Injury report brought to you by Boxing Girls in Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up in the game? Brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. 888-957-9570 is the number. I want to hear from Niner fans. The hell with some of these journalists who want to assassinate characters and smear people. I want to hear from Niner fans. How are you feeling about this situation with Brandon Aiyuk, and what does his offense look like if he is to get traded? If he was to get traded, who's to blame? All that stuff's on the table here in the Morning Roast. Joe Shaskin to Butcher, Bonte Hill. That's coming up. Brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service bank with no compromises.
High five. Up top. Heck yeah. Dave's company just got the
baby, oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby. Good morning. A Tuesday morning. It is gloomy, but hopefully everybody is out there driving safely on those roadways. Good morning, everybody out there getting off the graveyard shift, to all the overnight dancers, to all the truck drivers, to all the carpenters, to all the union workers, all the engineers, all the local unions, all the blue-collar workers, all the nurses, doctors, you name it. Good morning, everybody out there. Hopefully you're having a good day. We're having a good day. And shout out to our friends at Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain. If we're going to call it to the roast, you better bring it, because if you don't, you will be flushed. Brought to you by Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain. We're going to get to a couple calls here in just a second as we talk about Brandon Aiyuk. Will he or will he not be traded? Matt Mayoko came out last night, basically said that the Niners have given Brandon Aiyuk permission to negotiate long-term contracts with Cleveland and New England. Now, does he want to go to Cleveland and New England? And if they do trade with Cleveland, will the Niners get Amari Cooper back? Because I do that deal. I don't think Amari Cooper's Brandon Aiyuk, but I need to be a player for the now. I need to be a player to help win the Super Bowl now. I can't do it for draft picks and just say, oh, Brandon Aiyuk, we're going to trade you for draft picks for next season, and put all this pressure on Chris Conley and Ricky Pearsall and Juwan Jennings, because they're not Brandon Aiyuk. They're not whatsoever. But where are Niner fans at with this whole situation? Do they want to see Brandon Aiyuk leave? Do they think the offense can continue to be as explosive without Brandon Aiyuk? This was a great offense last year. Great offense, an historic offense, especially in 49ers franchise history, Shasky. So I know Niner fans are all over the place here when it comes to Brandon Aiyuk.
I wonder how much like the CMC extension and the Trent Williams thing in the background, I just wonder what impact they had, if any, on the Brandon Aiyuk situation, like where he was prioritized, how much money might have been available at one point in the offseason versus later on in the offseason, how the markets for those particular positions, because of the Saquon deal, and then of Tristan Wirfs and Penei Sewell and all these other guys getting money, like just all the domino effects. What were some of the trade offers in April? What are some of the trade offers currently? Mm-hmm. It just feels like you can't put the toothpaste back into the tube, if you will, with this whole like trade demand and where he's going. But I'm clinging. I mean, as much as I can, I am clinging to the hope that they can find a way to have cooler heads, calm things down in this situation, bring him back. Either he plays on the 5th-year option and we figure it out from there, or signs a deal with the Niners. I feel like both sides are trying to call the other one's bluff, but this is as real as it's ever felt. And I feel like it's almost in a weird way uglier than the Buckner thing, because the Buckner thing happened, boom, it kind of shocked everybody, even though we knew the extension was coming up. This is drawn out, and I feel like it's getting uglier and uglier. And to me, both parties look bad. No, it does. It does. It doesn't look pretty here. And also, I wonder how many teams look at the 49ers situation and say, boy, is Brandon Aiyuk elevating the system, or is Kyle Shanahan elevating him? And is Kyle Shanahan the reason why he's balling out, which is why we don't view him as a top dog, number one wide receiver? I don't know the answers to these questions. I think it'd all play out here. I think he helps Shanahan's offense. Sure, Shanahan's play calling does help, but boy, he beats man coverage. Can I answer that though? Go. I think if Tevin Coleman was the running back this year, and let's say he had almost an identical year to what CMC had, right? Production-wise, most people would be like, they would look at Aiyuk better. They would, Aiyuk's commanding coverage, and that's opening things up. CMC is so good, I think it changes the equation for how people view the Niners offense. So if I said the exact same data came from Brandon Aiyuk in terms of catches, efficiency, and all that, but it was just because of the name of the player. Jeff Wilson Jr. at running back, I just think we would view it differently. Yeah, I think we would. And I don't think that's fair. It's not fair at all. Not fair at all. Let's go to the lines, man. 888-957-9570. We're going to go right down the list, man. Full phone lines here. 888-957-9570 is a number. Let's start off with our man, Brian in Palo Alto. Brian, what's happening?
Morning, guys. There's no scenario here where the Niners are better off without him. And they've mismanaged the situation. They're a month out from the season, from the first game. And their best receiver is not in camp. Their only great offensive lineman is not in camp. And so, poorly handled situation by the Niners. There's no way they're better, which makes me think maybe they don't view this as an all-in year for them now. Right? Maybe this is. I can't take it any other way. If you're willing to move Aiyuk for Kendrick or for Bourne?
Well, you know what?
I don't believe that. I can't believe that.
I think a journalist is being used by the Niners. I think he's getting pimped out. I'm not going to go there, though, BPA, if you know what I mean.
I think, so unfortunate situation. And obviously, if you wanted to know if Brock Purdy's worth, that's it.
Hey, BPA.
What happened?
BPA, listen. You got mouthpieces for the Giants. I think we figured out who are mouthpieces for the 49ers, right?
Of course. Well, we know who the mouthpieces are for the Giants. I don't want to talk about the Giants. We'll cover that at the end of the year. Anyways, guys, have a great day. You're looking great.
I will stand with them on this one. I mean, if you want to talk about showcasing your value to the team, if Brock Purdy has a monster year without Brandon Aiyuk, if he does it with some semblance of Trent Williams in and out of the lineup or whatever, I mean, will there be any doubt in anyone's mind that the man should be getting his money?
Yeah, there's no doubt.
Get that man his money.
Get that man his money. But on the flip side, if he does struggle without Aiyuk, oh, man. Oh, my Lord.
Look, Matt Mayoko's been covering this team for a very long time.
He's really good at it. He's a Hall of Famer.
I can't think of any time. Like, he really is thoughtful before he speaks. And, he really makes sure that he triple and fourth sights everything and gets the appropriate input and stuff. Even he is all over the map on this one. And it's not his fault. He's telling you what he's hearing. It's not done. The trade. Here are the options. He's not ruling out that he could come back. This is insanity.
No, when Matt Mayoko says it, I listen. And we had Jen Lee Chen on, who does the 49ers Talk podcast for NBC Sports Bay Area. She was really good yesterday, really good for a team. Man, we're going to get her back on. She's going to be one of our go-tos when it comes to the 49ers. But Jen Lee Chen and Matt Mayoko do such a great job. And Matt Mayoko, did his due diligence. And when he came out last night and said what he said, because the Silver guy is whatever. Benjamin Albright came on the show. He said, look, man, his last name's Silver because he always comes in second. I truly believe that. The guy's whatever. The guy he stole money from this station for many years and said nothing. Gave us nothing, little breadcrumbs, and said nothing. Added no value to it. So I don't give a damn about Silver right now. Assassinating Aiyuk's character was nasty work. Nasty work when one of your best friends is Aaron Rodgers. The irony in that one. Anyway.
I didn't even think of that.
Anyway. And it ain't just me. It's the Warren Sharps, it's the Greg Rosenthal's. It's all these guys saying, like, look, what the hell? But Matt Mayoko saying what he said, that's how you know it's serious. Because Matt Mayoko's tapped in. Enough of that. Let's get to the lines. JC in San Jose. What's happening? Clowns out there.
Hey, KC.
What's up, JC?
Hey, guys. Hey, Bonte. I know you're in that headspace, so I don't want to trigger you. But
oh, I'm fine. No, JC. I'm good. I'm a pro. I'm fired up right now. I just want to know how this offense is going to look without Brandon Aiyuk now.
So, look, this is what I think. Like I said, I don't follow all these guys. The guys are buying, check marks and just aggregating stuff. All I'll say this is I'm a big believer in how you are with sum of all your parts. Who has a top 5 roster in the NFL the last 3-4 years? I'm going to give the benefit of the doubt to the people putting that roster together. Everything else, and I respect you guys got 4 hours to fill, and the Giants don't help. So I get it, but I'm team 49er all the way. It has no disrespect to Aiyuk's name. The man deserves whatever he wants to get. Let it play out, and I tell you all, Niner Nation, it will be fine.
Well,
and we don't hear about the dollars, just like we didn't hear about the dollars on the CMC deal a month ago. Some things happen in public. Some things happen over.
So what are you saying? The Niners are going to be fine without Brandon Aiyuk? You have faith in the organization that they're going to be fine without Aiyuk?
You asked me that question 5 years ago. I would say no when Jed York was going through Jed York things back then. But right now, yeah. I trust the Niners.
Well, it's part of why they're in this predicament is because they've been wildly successful at drafting, identifying, developing, and playing guys like that. If you didn't have 9 guys in the top 100 on the NFL player poll, you wouldn't be in this financial predicament that they're in right now. Right? They're really good at that. I'll give them that. But here's what I would say to you. They are still paying into the miss on trading DeForest Buckner. Yep. They paid Armstead. They got a couple of decent seasons, but now they're paying him to not play. They drafted Kinlaw. That was a big whiff. They chased more money with Javon Hargrave in free agency, and that has all of that money spent now, like the money on Armstead, the money on Hargrave, the missing on Kinlaw is now coming to roost. And
Trey Lance,
yes,
that's a factor.
But these are millions that are the difference on a $27 million deal versus a $30 million deal, right? So I worry that they move off of Brandon Aiyuk and then they chase the wide receiver conundrum for multiple years the way they have D-tackle.
No doubt. Let's go to Malcolm in Philadelphia. Malcolm, what's happening? Malcolm in Philly, what's going on, man?
How's it going, guys?
What's up, Malcolm?
As I stated to the gentleman who initially took my call, I said the Niners were a little bit arrogant. They waited. Yep. I think the key was here in Philly when Devontae got his $25 a year. So the 26 that was offered to Aiyuk, it should have been offered to him the next day after Devontae got that 25. Mm-hmm. I think he probably takes the deal. I think they waited too long. Like Marlo said in The Wire, when he took the connect, the price of the brick has gone up.
It's true.
It went up. Usually the 49ers, their management is usually ahead. I figured they would have saw the foresight. And they didn't, and the receivers just kept getting paid more and more and more. And we know we usually don't pay receivers like that, and they're sticking to their philosophy. I think it's a little bit flawed. I hope he stays, but it's not looking good. And there's going to be a lot of pressure on Purdy because now that was his number one guy.
Yeah,
that was his number one guy. So
there's no doubt.
It's going to be imperative for him to play better, and that's going to have an impact on his contract. Let's say he misses out. Aiyuk gets traded. He misses him. It has an impact on him. It's going to impact his contract and how much he makes as well.
Good call, Malcolm. Good. I'm 100% with you. I think the Niners misplayed their hand. Anthony Lima, co-host of the Carmen and Lima show with Ken Carmen, our sister station 92.3 The Fan in Cleveland. What time is that? 8:30?
8:30, correct.
8:30. All right. Book from Cleveland. We'll get his perspective on how they feel about Brandon Aiyuk and would they be willing to trade Amari Cooper to the 49ers for Brandon Aiyuk. All right, let's keep rolling here.
You know, on that point, you and I had discussed this yesterday. The Niners used to wait till the end on all these deals. And I personally believe trying to win the deal at the very end has boxed them in this situation. And I think that they need to reevaluate how they go to business with these contracts. And I'm not saying they have to be like the Eagles. The Eagles jump in front of it and they try to get it done at the beginning of the market before things explode. Mm-hmm. But if you talk to people who sell real estate or make a lot of trades and deals, if you're always chasing to just win the deal, you'll never execute any deals.
You know, I go back to something that you said, because you know me, I'm a weirdo when it comes to remembering things. I'm like an elephant. When I hear takes, I hear things. And I remember a conversation we had. It was about DeForest Buckner. And I think we both were in agreement that we wanted Buckner paid. And he said something to the point, was like, isn't there just something to taking care of your own guy? The guy works hard in your system. He busts his ass. He becomes a premium player. And you want to take care of those guys. Like the Warriors for so many years took care of those guys. To the Niners' credit, they've taken care of most of those guys. Kittle, Warner, Debo, both on line 1, line 2, line 3, line 4. A lot of those guys have been taken care of. They have. But that's why they didn't take care of Buckner. I remember when they traded Buckner, they were able to withstand that loss. D-line hasn't been quite the same without Buck, but they were able to get to a Super Bowl. They were able to win some big-time playoff games, but Armstead just wasn't Buckner.
Yeah.
He wasn't that guy. And I remember as soon as he got traded, I got a text from a former 49er employee right away that said, boy, this sucks. This guy meant so much inside and outside the locker room. It's not even funny. Why Buck? Why Buck? And so with Aiyuk, and you hear all the room, Aiyuk in the locker room, good guy, plays hard, works hard, goes out there and practices. It's just something about taking care of your own guys. And this guy, out of all people, who came from the doghouse, faced how many wide receivers we see in this league? We saw Dante Pettis. This is a great example. Dante Pettis, well, I'll let you judge if it's great or not. But Dante Pettis got in the doghouse, faced adversity, and was never able to overcome it with Kyle Shanahan and Niners. Now, he may not just be a good player. We don't think Dante Pettis is anything. But Aiyuk faced similar adversity his first couple seasons with 49ers. Instead of just kind of sulking and putting his head down, the guy fought through it and became an all-pro. There's something to be said for that, Shasky. There really is, because we see a lot of wide receivers come out early in this league, especially with the 49ers, and they fade away and don't do anything in this league. Aiyuk said, to hell with the doghouse. I'm going to fight through it. I'm going to become a player. I'm going to get into a fight with Fairwater. We're going to talk that trash. And he became a damn all-pro.
I think the difference between the Buckner timeline and where the Niners are at now is it's just everything's more expensive. Like their whole roster's more expensive. Right. They have a quarterback that they have to give even a larger percentage of the salary cap next year than what Jimmy was making in that time.
I got to get the Kawakami though at 920 because he tweeted something yesterday saying that Purdy's not really going to factor into the cap next season. It's going to happen in 2026. Well, so I don't know anything about that.
But okay, so for example, when you give the $100 million guaranteed to Bosa, you could spread it out over your books however you want. And that's part of the beauty of putting it in escrow. You have 4 or 5 years to amortize it and basically spread it over 4 or 5 years, and you could finagle where it lands in the cap. So even though like they're accounting for the Purdy thing down the line, they need to figure out how they're going to wiggle all of the other guaranteed money that they've given out. So when you hear about Kittle getting renegotiated and Debo and this, they're moving money around in any given year based on how they're doing it. So I get what you're saying, but what I'm saying is that everything is more expensive. Plus, at that point in time, the Niners didn't have 2 guys who are clearly the top 2 players at their position that are that expensive, running back and left tackle. They were so much cheaper at those positions.
They were so much cheaper. That's a good point. However, there is something about taking care of your own guys, and a guy who became an all-pro and is considered by everybody in this league, executives and coaches, as one of the top 10 wide receivers in a league that's full of wide receivers and passing yards and receiving yards, and the passing game has never been more relevant in this league before. It is a passing league. Now, the Niners are a throwback team, and they really identify that we need a running game, we need to dominate the trenches, take the air out of football, play time possession football, play ball control football, and do all that stuff. But the fact that he fought through everything, and we're sitting here talking about trading Brandon Aiyuk out of all the players we've had.
But I don't think they want to. I think this has come down to literally a couple of millions of dollars, whether it's respect or the specific number or a deadline that the Niners imposed on him. Like, we got to this point because of both parties. I don't think it's all on the Niners, and I definitely don't think it's all on Aiyuk.
I understand that.
But I also believe this part too. Like, he's not the number one priority on offense, and nor will he be. It's going to go CMC, Trent, Purdy, period. And then Kittle, Debo, Aiyuk, or some algorithm of that. But that's how this team is built. Quarterback, running back, left tackle.
Yeah, well, right now.
In some order.
They shifted to it. What happens if CMC misses a couple games? Will that still be the case? Will they have to shift their philosophy?
Well, then things change.
You know what I'm saying? Exactly.
I mean, then
you're going to want a Brendan Aiyuk. You know what I'm saying?
If Brendan Aiyuk slips and doesn't have a great year this year,
it's great
I would look at that different too.
Baldy, after the Monday night game, about Brandon Aiyuk's lack of targets against Minnesota.
I think you should have gotten more, to be honest with you, because, the way that they were playing, especially on first downs, especially the way they're playing the run, I mean, they were basically selling out to play the run, and they did that, and they were good at it. And they're a big blitz zero team. You're going to get some one-on-ones out there, and I like my chances of Brandon Aiyuk against, whether it's
Murphy
Murphy or whoever, Evans, whoever's on the other side. I mean, I like my chances against him. You got to give him a little bit of time. They chose not to do that. They went to Jennings. They went to, at the very end, they went to McLeod. I mean, it just seemed a little bit unusual that you wouldn't feature your best receiver.
Your best wide receiver. So I don't know. Maybe Aiyuk sees that too. It's like, well, they don't value me here. He kind of said that on the Pivot podcast, saying they don't treat me like the guy. I know nobody can do what I can do on this football team. So he's kind of betting on himself. Let's go to Mike in North Carolina. Then we'll get the Oreo cookie. Mike, what's happening?
What's up, buddy? Can you hear me?
Yep, got you.
Man, listen, man. I'm going to go ahead and answer the question straightforward. The offense without Aiyuk is going to look terrible. Reason being, nobody else can get open on routes. I mean, Debo's at training camp right now fighting for his life against Diamador Lenore, the rookie safeties that we just drafted. I mean, who else do they don't expect to win one-on-one coverage? CMC, Kyle already said he's projected to play less snaps than he did last year to protect his own self. George Kittle is getting old. And yes, I like Juwan Jennings, but he's not the fastest guy to get off against these cornerbacks that we even got in our own division. Forget the rest of the league at the moment. I mean, we got to go our first game. The Jets got to come here. They bringing Sauce Gardner and company. Who's going to get open? You can't just throw slants across the middle. I don't want to see the Jimmy Garoppolo offense again. I don't want to see that.
I think this is a classic case of be careful what you wish for both sides.
Both sides.
For both parties. And that's the part where I think this has been the most flummoxing is Can't they both just find a way to get on the same? Like, everybody's looking at it the same way. God, you're a lot better with Purdy and Shanahan. God, you're a lot better as an offense with Aiyuk. Gosh, don't you want to win a Super Bowl? Gosh, don't you want to be in a system where you're going to get play action shots down the field with only one guy guarding you? Yeah. Like, this is a classic. Be careful what you wish for, because both parties are going to regret it.
Well, he goes to Pittsburgh. He probably feels like, hey, I'm playing with George Pickens, Darnell Washington, Firemouth, Jalen Warren, and Najee Harris. I could do the same thing. He's betting on himself. Aiyuk has the confidence. That's what these athletes do. They have confidence in themselves. The yeah, but he has confidence. He doesn't care about any of that. He feels like he's a great player. I'm not going to knock a guy for thinking he's a great player. I'm not going to do that.
It's not
His
knocking.
confidence.
It's not knocking, but it's like, again, you can't have everything, right? So what are you prioritizing in terms of not personnel? In his mind, if he's prioritizing money first, then winning second, which I'm not mad at him. That's his prerogative. Well, then yeah, I guess Pittsburgh or wherever, New England or whatever, is going to hit that mark. If you're prioritizing winning and making a really good salary, I feel like the Niners is a good spot.
It is a very good spot. We know it's a very good spot. But maybe Aiyuk feels like, you know what? I'm going to go to Pittsburgh and do the same damn thing. And you may dispute that. I may dispute that. I may not think it's true. You may not think it's true. 49er fans may not think it's true. But the player belief is true. And that player's belief has gotten him to this point to be a second-team All-Pro player.
You really think he'll be as efficient in another uniform as he was here?
I don't know. Where does he go? I don't know.
I mean, he's about as efficient of a season as we've ever seen.
He wants more time. He wants to show that he is a top 5 wide receiver. Because as we talked about all offseason, how many Niner fans, including Oriole Cookie, is going to say, well, he's not a true number one? Well, that's where Aiyuk is going to prove to everybody that he is a true number one. He's betting on himself right now.
But that's the beauty of the Niner offense, is the true number one is CMC.
Well, you know what? Is it?
Yeah.
Is it in the pass game?
Bonte, they've won.
In the pass game.
Just in general. I'm just saying as an offense. Game,
because as Kansas City sold out to stop the run in the Super Bowl, right?
They've been wildly successful.
They sold out to stop the
since Christian McCaffrey came. I know, but you've lost, 5 games?
They were successful.
25?
But let's not act like they weren't successful before McCaffrey.
No, I know, but they've gone to a whole other level.
Let's not act like they've gone to the same points of the season with and without Christian McCaffrey. And trust me, I love CMC. I may have been one of the first guys on this station in this Bay Area market saying we need a home run hitting a running back. To hell with all these platooners at running back. We're doing what the Giants do at first base. Platooning Jeff Wilson Jr., Eli Mitchell, and everybody. So but Aiyuk is betting on himself, so I don't know what it looks like in Pittsburgh. What if he goes out there and explodes? He's betting on himself to do it.
Well, again, I'm surprised there aren't more suitors for him. I thought that there would be.
Oriole Cookie, Oakland, what's happening?
Going on, fellas? I just do want to say that we're so spoiled that we have this problem that we can't fit a top 10 wide receiver into our team without any issues. But I do also say that the other teams don't really game plan to stop Aiyuk, so he benefits from all the talent that he has around him. I just hope that he comes to his senses and maybe lowers his goal a little lower so that he can get on this team and keep winning, because if he's winning, we're winning, and he's getting exposure that way. And before I go, I do want to say this is Oreo Cookie from Oakland, California, and it's plain to see you can't change me because I'm going to be a roaster for life.
Save that. All right. Anthony Lima, co-host of the Carmen and Lima show with Ken Carmen. What is it now? I forgot the name of the show. Is it Carmen and Lima with Ken Carmen? Or is it Carmen and Lima?
Just Carmen and Lima.
All right. Carmen and Lima on 92.3 The Fan in Cleveland. That's what's coming up. Brought to you by Meineke Car Care Centers.
Brought to you by Meineke, your one-stop shop for total car care. With over 50 years of experience and financing options.
I know we got New York Kenny in the building. None of the East Coast beats. That New Year. Hey, how's your Mets doing? How's the Mutts doing?
We're doing all right. We had a nice little win against the Cardinals, so we took that series in case.
That's enough.
Francisco Lindor's back.
That's enough Mets talk. That's enough for you. Go root for the Dolphins. Have fun losing in the second round of the playoffs. I do like Tua, though. I'm one of the few who like Tua. You know I love Tua from Alabama.
It's kind of ironic you like Tua and you don't like Purdy.
That's a lie.
I'm teasing.
That's a lie. See, when you do things out there, I like Purdy too. Actually, don't let me go down the rabbit hole of how I like Brock Purdy. I'm not going to explain myself one more time.
Brock Purdy.
But you know what? People think a lot of things about me, so I don't really give a damn. You know, some guy on Twitter told me yesterday. He was like telling me to shut the hell up, and I basically just said, dude, you must be high because you out of your damn mind talking to me like that. And this would be the last time you ever talk to me. And I hit that block button, baby. I had a lot of fun with that yesterday.
Oh,
I'm blocking people. I don't care.
I was busy with the little guy.
You know, if I can't say anything back because of our situation and our jobs, then I'm just gonna block your ass. That's what it is. It is what it is. I like Tua for that overtime game in the first ever time I saw him at Alabama. I was like, remember that spiral he threw? It's like, oh my God, I've never seen a spiral thrown like that.
To the greatest receiver corps, second to LSU that we've ever seen in college football. But I would say this, there's a lot going on in the football world right now.
Oh, there's a lot going on with the 49ers. A lot going on with the 49ers.
Always, every offseason. If it isn't Jimmy G, if it isn't Trey Lance, if it isn't Purdy's elbow, if it isn't Sam Darnold, the greatest thrower of the football some beat reporters have ever seen, it's always something. Bosa holding out, and now your receiver that you drafted would be the second first-round pick in 8 years that you actually re-sign. Yeah. Now he wants out.
Well, let's get the Cleveland Browns' perspective. We had Mary Kay Cabot on from the Cleveland Plain Dealer yesterday. She talked about Amari Cooper. She wrote the story, and I'm like, they want to give us Amari Cooper? You know what? I'm not mad at that. I would prefer to keep Brennan Aiyuk.
Why would they want to get rid of Cooper?
Yeah, exactly. That's my question. I always look at it. You see, you're learning, Shasky. Look at it from the other side. Why would Cleveland want to do that? So let's bring in Anthony Lima, co-host of Carmen and Lima on our sister station, 92.3 The Fan in Cleveland. A really good show. They do a great job out there in Cleveland, Ohio, and they have high expectations. So, Anthony, good morning, man. Welcome to the Morning Roast here on the River Islands guest line. I know, Lovin. What's up, Anthony?
What's going on, guys? Great to hear from you. And anytime, man, we haven't had any kind of shared experience since, the LeBron versus Steph Curry days. So this is fun.
Cleveland, this is for you.
Yeah, you guys came back from
that year.
Hey, you guys came back 3-1 in 2016, but we got the 3-1 lead overall. So I'll take that all day long. Plus,
we got
Kevin
our
Durant.
one. Hey, listen, we still will go to our grave talking about how special of a time that was. It was a special time for the NBA altogether. Look at the ratings. The ratings haven't recovered in the NBA Finals since those two teams.
Those games were so fun.
And I do, from afar, actually admire the way the Guardians go about running their baseball team. I do. They're a very smart organization.
You know what? I don't like that because I think that's what my bosses say at the radio station. Like, oh, we get a lot of credit for how we don't pay anybody that actually works for our radio station. So I don't know if I should take that as a compliment.
Anthony, all right. There's a lot of smoke going on here with Brendan Aiyuk. So from the Cleveland's perspective, we asked Mary Kay Cabot about Amari Cooper. Is he happy in Cleveland? She said he is. So, Mike, I guess the first question I have for you, if the Niners do make a deal with Cleveland, first of all, before we get into how you feel about Brendan Aiyuk and what you think of him as a player, why would Cleveland want to trade Amari Cooper in this situation for another wide receiver? It doesn't make much sense to me.
Well, there's a lot that I don't think makes sense between these two teams having this conversation outside of the Browns potentially getting younger and having a really good wide receiver who might even have a higher ceiling than I think what Amari Cooper has had. The question is, how can they get around the $29 million in dead money over multiple seasons going forward on Amari Cooper? That is the hard part of this. Cooper did have one of the worst holdouts in NFL history. And what I mean by that is he basically said the minute the holdout was over, I never really wanted to hold out. And I never really was going to hold out as we got further into training camp. He just really doesn't do business that way, which of course they use against you. But basically what holding out a mini camp and OTAs, what that got him in the first few days of training camp down in West Virginia, which is where they started it, basically all he got was a guarantee for the season that if he got injured in training camp that he'd get his money. So that's what he fought for. That's what he got, but he did not get, and he seemed a little vexed at this. He did not get any kind of commitment going forward, which of course somebody on the other side of 30, which is what he's going to be, is what they're looking for at wide receiver.
So why wouldn't they just keep Amari Cooper and add to that wide receiver core with Deshaun Watson coming back and all that. Like, that's the part that I can't really compartmentalize. Why not just run it back for one more year with him?
And instead of making the trade at all?
Or just adding Aiyuk without surrendering Amari Cooper.
Well, that's the other part of it. Do they want to take away from a strength? I imagine the 49ers would then be looking at offensive linemen, which the Browns have had pretty good depth over the years. That depth was tested last year because of injuries across the board on that O-line. But, the Browns have had a top 5 offensive line for like 6 straight years. And so I could understand why, the 49ers might want to pluck one of those guys, given, how valuable that could be to Shanahan's system. The Browns, it could be Brandon Aiyuk this year, maybe T. Higgins next year. I mean, they are going for big game hunting at wide receiver because, quite frankly, they haven't drafted well at wide receiver. That has been a huge flaw. And, there is some wonder, like, what do they need to get Deshaun Watson to help turn his fortunes around in Cleveland? Because he's, let's be honest, he's been a fraction of the player that he was during those Houston years. So they would love to have a younger wide receiver target who also, as you guys know, Aiyuk will block a little bit, right? And an unbelievable route runner.
No doubt.
He's a great player.
Anthony Lima here on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands, and Lathrop? Anthony Lima, of course, a 92.3 The Fan in Cleveland. So I guess that was the next question. How do you guys view Brandon Aiyuk? Do you view him as a number 1 wide receiver? A lot of Niner fans are mixed because they think the scheme makes him or the quarterback makes him. This guy on limited targets has 75 catches on limited targets and over 1,300 yards receiving. He was a baller last year, and he's gotten better and better every single season. So what are Browns fans thinking right now as they call into your show? As you guys discuss this scenario here, how do you view Brandon Aiyuk? And are you guys willing to trade for Aiyuk and give him a big, fat contract extension?
Yeah, well, the extension part of it is, I think, what makes people nervous because if the rumors are true, if the reports that he balked at $25 million, wants to be up there, does he want to be paid top 5 wide receiver money? That gets you north of 30. The Browns already the most expensive roster in the NFL this year, but they feel like they have a cap wizard in Andrew Berry and Paul DePodesta, who came from the baseball world. They feel they have a leg up on a lot of the teams in the NFL, and it's a competitive advantage to them, plus an owner who will spend cash, and that's what he'd have to do here too. I mean, the raise they just gave to Amari Cooper, there's some money there that he'll never get back just to get him in a training camp. So it'd be a little surprising if they do all of that just to trade him a few weeks later. I think fans are warming up to the idea, though. The production was undeniable last year. Fans have seen him in big playoff games and the Super Bowl, and obviously they like that pedigree. They do love Amari Cooper, and Amari Cooper totally balled out once Joe Flacco took over. He had a 250-yard receiving game last year, but they have not found the same chemistry with Deshaun Watson. They're hoping that would be the case, this year in this final year of his contract.
Would he want a new contract if he were moved?
He does. I mean, he absolutely wants a new contract. Look, Calvin Ridley was able to get a big deal and has had less production than Amari Cooper the last few deals. Now, he got 4 years. You really only have to pay attention to the 2 years guaranteed, something was it like $90 million, 48 guaranteed. I think that's the deal that Amari Cooper and his agent are going to demand because they just saw it handed out. You know how this works. You know how these agents like to piggyback off the other deals.
Anthony Lima here on the River Islands guest line on the Morning Rush.
Sounds like you're riding the bus.
Yeah, what's going on out there in Cleveland?
You on the streetcar?
I'll tell you what it is. It's laser hair therapy. I don't know if any of your listeners are follically challenged, but it works. I just finished 15, 20 minutes. You're good to go.
Really?
Wow.
Well, explain this to me.
Yeah, Shasky's interested.
We got it. There's all sorts of different methods depending on your situation. And I'm telling you, it absolutely works. I'm on PB here up in Cleveland. You got to pay attention to what is going on with the hairline and the thickness. So I said, I'll do my interview with my San Francisco guys. Come on, you're in California. You guys are vain. You care what you look like.
Hey, listen, man. Anthony, you flex on me with TV, so I got to flex. I know exactly what you mean because I'm on television too, my man. And the fans, I don't know what it is about me. Shasky knows this. They pay attention to the socks, the suits, their hairline, their haircut. I don't see any other hosts they're commenting on, but for some reason, I got to get a haircut every 3 days.
Well, it's because you wore a Mr. Rogers sweater, and ever since then, everybody's been ripping you.
Well, I made the cardigan look good, Anthony. I made it look good. Not everybody could pull it off, buddy.
That is a very, very confident individual. Cardigan is not for everyone. Certainly not for everyone.
Or
so
a man who gave
I
up.
appreciate that.
Well, I haven't worn it. I haven't worn a cardigan after year one, so that's been retired.
Here's what I want to know. Here's what I want to know. How are you viewing this whole 49ers situation with Brandon Aiyuk? I mean, clearly they have a lot of really good players making a lot of money, right? And it's about how you balance the books and whatnot. Does the average Cleveland fan think that the Niners are just botching this? Are they, is this just a disgruntled player that they're unwilling to give that extra $1 million to? Like, from the outside looking in, how do you view the Niners and Aiyuk and what has transpired this offseason in particular?
Oh, they feel like once he gets his contract, he'll be fine. Like they understand that, most wide receivers in this league, especially young and at that caliber and on their rookie deals, like they want to get paid because you see what happens the minute you get injured in this league. Take Nick Chubb, for instance, who looks like he's on a Hall of Fame pace to start his career. He's beloved in Cleveland. And you would think that the Browns would do right by Nick Chubb. The minute he got injured last year in the second game of the season, what is he doing this year? He has to play just to make up the money that he was going to lose in his contract. And so we know it's cutthroat business. Like, you got to make your money. And they understand Amari Cooper is on the other side of 30, and Aiyuk is, 4 years younger, 5 years younger. So that is critical. I don't think anybody thinks he's, somebody who's going to cause problems every single day. I don't know. Did you guys see much of that at all outside of the contract stuff?
No, not at all. Aiyuk's been a total professional. I mean, I just think the whole situation. Now I'm intrigued, though. With all this talk about Shanahan and Purdy, I'm actually intrigued to see what this offense looks like without Brandon Aiyuk. And trust me, I want to keep Brandon Aiyuk here. I want him to be a long-term 49er forever. But you know what? We'll see how this plays out, Anthony. Thanks for the time today, though. Thanks for the short notice pickup, and take care of that hair, all right?
I can already feel it growing. It's already thicker up top. I don't need to wear a hat today. I'm good.
Anthony, take care, brother. Go ahead. Hit it. Breaking news.
95.7 The Game. Breaking news.
So here we go. We told every Warrior fan out there, every basketball fan, we'll keep our eyes out on Lauri Markkanen. Well, Shams Charania from The Athletic, and Tony Jones and Anthony Slater. Just in, NBA All-Star Lauri Markkanen and the Utah Jazz are expected to agree to a massive long-term contract extension and sign Wednesday or later, making him untradeable for the entire 2024-25 season. Again, Lauri Markkanen and the Utah Jazz are expected to agree to a massive long-term contract extension and sign Wednesday or later, making him untradeable for the 2024-25 season. Also, Anthony Slater saying the trade discussion between the Warriors and Jazz never really revved back up to a serious degree after early July talks, per sources. Warriors have been under the impression recently that Markkanen planned to sign a long-term extension in Utah. Boom. There it is. Lauri Markkanen in Utah for at least the next season. So he would not be wearing a Warriors uniform next season. So, there's a couple things here that goes to my mind right away, Shasky. And I'm going to pass you the mic in just a second. But Slater saying the talks never really revved back up in July. Then what was Draymond Green talking about last week, saying the deal was almost done? That would have crippled the Golden State Warriors.
I don't know.
There's all this lying going on all over. Not calling Draymond a liar, but there's all this stuff going on. All this smoke and everything.
You talking to me?
Yeah, I was. Well, you know what? Next season.
Can I just get this out off my chest? I mean, to hell with Danny Ainge. Screw him. No, seriously, screw him. Who does he think he is? He's never won anything.
Well,
I'm so done with Danny Ainge. Get out of here. Good luck. What are you even accomplishing?
Well, no.
We're in for Cooper Flag, but we're also going to have all of these, veterans that want to win.
No, don't do that.
No, I
don't do that. No, don't do that. See, you're looking at it one way. Yeah, that's right. You're a disgruntled Warrior fan.
Yeah.
Joe?
When this situation first came on the table, when did the marketing rumors really start?
I don't know.
Because I think
I talked about it during the regular season. He was a guy I identified.
No, it was box score watching at the end of the season. Box score watching.
Okay.
And everybody started box score watching, but you didn't bring it up
you
until
after. You don't have League Pass. I have League Pass. I watch.
And what was the first thing I ever said? Whether it was the regular season, and it's not about being right or wrong,
But in this case, it is.
I knew that dealing with Danny Ainge was going to be a problem.
He's so overrated.
But this is what he does.
Yeah.
Why are we surprised?
Good.
This is what he does.
Danny Ainge, this is what he does. He builds mediocre teams.
Well, he does. Well, he built the Celtics. They were pretty damn good for a long, long time. Long time.
They won one title.
But hey,
they should have won more.
Title's a title. Title's a title. KG tore his knee up, and that was that. But I just thought Danny Ainge wants everything and under. He wants 5 picks, unprotected. He wants everybody, the whole core. He wants it all. And you know what? I'm going to be consistent. I never believed Lauri Markkanen was worth it.
I wanted him for the right price.
I never believed Lauri Markkanen was going to make this team better. Now I'm excited to see, you know what? Kuminga, Moody, Pods, TJD alongside Draymond. You can laugh all you want. At least I get to see it.
You're not that excited about that
I
team.
am excited.
Really?
I want to see what it looks like for the first 2 months.
What is that team?
I don't know what that team is. I'm excited to see Kuminga get some runway. I'm excited to see Moses Moody get some playing time. I'm excited to see Pods get an elevated role. Let's see what DeAnthony Melton does. I never wanted to break up this core, and now finally you got your books in order. So now the pivot is you're in play for every other superstar that becomes disgruntled. You can make a package later on.
So we're just spinning the wheel?
I've been consistent with this. I'm not even being funny.
No, but I mean, like, we're spinning the wheel on stars.
It's like, speak
Brandon
for yourself.
Ingram.
Speak for yourself. No, I didn't say
Jimmy
Brandon
Butler.
Ingram. I never said Jimmy Butler. I want to see this team as is. Because a lot of you guys, including you, told me this team right now on paper is better than last year anyway.
Yeah, but they weren't good last year.
That team won 46 games.
They were the 10th seed.
They won 46 games, man.
Okay, you were the 10 seed.
46 games a year before, but it got you a 5 seed.
Okay.
So you know what I'm saying? So I never wanted Lauri Markkanen. So I'm relieved this didn't even go down. And you're still in position over the next 3 months to make a deal for another player that becomes disgruntled. But at least we finally get to see the young. Right? What were we bitching and moaning about with the Giants all year? We want to see the youngsters.
The Giants don't have Steph Curry in his prime.
Steph Curry's not in his prime?
Well, okay.
He's still a great player.
Okay. The Giants don't have the greatest player in franchise history, Wilt notwithstanding.
Okay.
So that changes the whole algebra.
Lauri Markkanen was going to make them better. You never even watched Lauri Markkanen play. You don't even know who he is. He's a 7-foot 3-point shooter.
It doesn't matter what Joe Shasky wants. It matters what Steph Curry wants. Because you know what the next breaking alert will be? Like, is Steph Curry disgruntled with the progress that the Warriors have made?
Well,
He's told you 4 times this offseason alone that, like, he don't want to be on a loser. He wants to be on a winner.
Do you think this team is a loser right now?
I don't think they're much better than they're incrementally better in the margins than what they were last year, which I don't think is enough progress to really satisfy what he would like to accomplish.
But you're out that first and second apron, and you got some wiggle room now. Let's go to Uncle Gene in Oakland. Uncle Gene, what's happening?
Hey, fellas. First of all, I am so relieved that we don't get to talk about Markkanen anymore.
Me too. Oh, my gosh.
Great news, man.
Great news.
Yeah, absolutely. So, yeah, and I'm with you. I want to see what the guys can do now with what we've got. I think we are at least marginally better. I don't see any way for us to get tremendously better. I don't see any superstars out in the horizon that we can grab right now. I think we got to do this from within. But anyways, I want to talk about Aiyuk. So listen, I'm going to say what I've been saying all along. Aiyuk will sign. All right? This is the same story, same movie we've been watching, with Warner, with Kittle, with Debo and Bosa last year. These things drag out. This is their style of negotiation. I don't particularly agree with it, but that's what they do. So, it's gamesmanship, and, this will go down to the wire. I'm going to guess within the next 7 to 10 days, there will be a contract signed by Aiyuk for 3 years, $28 million a year average, and probably somewhere around $35 to $40 million guaranteed, because nothing else works.
Yep.
Cleveland with Cooper does not work. Too much money, and it's a step down. Pittsburgh doesn't have anything we want. There won't be any trades there. So, and why would Aiyuk want to step away from his best chance to win a Super Bowl? So this is going to happen. It's once again, this is all show play, and they'll get done, and he'll be on the team.
Good call, Uncle Gene. Look, there's a lot we could go here. Your mic's off.
I don't think 35 or 40 million is getting it done. Guaranteed. Do you? For Aiyuk?
Yeah, he's going to need a little more than that. We'll see. We'll see about that.
I love Uncle Gene.
888-957-9570 is the number. No 415. I did not want Lauri Markkanen. I've been consistent at it at all times. I've been, if you listen to every damn show for the last 5 months about Lauri Markkanen, hell, it goes back to the first month of the season when Joe Spadoni sitting here. I'm looking at the Laker-Jazz game on a Tuesday night, and then they had a back-to-back with him saying Lauri Markkanen gets the hype in the Western Conference with all these bigs in the conference. So 415, check your sources. I know what I say. I know when I'm wrong. I know what I say, and I stand by what I say.
When was the last time you were wrong?
I'm wrong a long time. I'm wrong a lot.
So I've got something on my side.
I'm wrong a lot. I don't care, but I don't care about that. You guys focus on that stuff. I know what I say, though. I stand on what I say. Clowns out there. There's a lot of clowns out there. A lot of them. Face paint all day long, every damn day. So when people started bringing up Lauri Markkanen, I knew damn well nobody even watched Lauri Markkanen.
Well, we wanted him for the right price. Wiggins and some change.
Yeah, and what did I say from day one? This is Danny Ainge.
Okay.
Know your personnel. Know your people.
You
this
also said you're open-minded to it if the Stars want it.
The Stars, yeah. If Curry wants it, then whatever. Well, whatever. What are you going to do? But did Curry want it?
It sounds like they did.
I don't know if Curry wanted Lauri Markkanen.
Well,
I know if he did.
I know he doesn't want to go from fringe playing team to lock playing team.
There's no doubt about that. There's no doubt about that. Well, are they a lock to be a playing team? No faith in Kuminga? No faith in Booty?
I mean,
no faith in Pods? TJD? Looney being in shape? By the way, shout out to Looney. He was down there at BMO Stadium watching the fights down in L.A. Good times. Are people really deflated over this?
Well,
888-957-9570. Warrior fan, Niner fans, open lines. Are Warrior fans really deflated about Lauri Markkanen? Are you disappointed?
It just meant a little bit of hope. And not that no one thinks he's the end-all, be-all, but we just think he was an upgrade. Like, I'm sorry, like, the Q rating on Wiggins is, like, historically low. I mean, the Japan stock market thinks that Wiggins' value is very low right now, for crying out loud. Like, come on, man. Like, let's just call it what it is. Like,
I think there's still some hope with this current Warriors roster.
We like Kuminga, we like Pods. No,
I think there's a lot to like about this current Warriors team. I don't think you need Lauri Markkanen to get super excited about this year's Warriors team. I feel if anything, you're looking at maybe a slight lateral move if they had moved off whatever the Jazz were wanting for Lauri Markkanen. I think if you were like the Venn diagram of like deals that the Warrior fans would have been okay making and the Jazz would have made as two separate circles.
Well, like, if you're just looking at it, I think the majority of baseline Warrior fans that are casual are going to be like, so you lost Clay, and you brought in some randoms. Okay.
Not a randoms? I thought you liked Buddy Buckets.
I
thought you liked D'Anthony Melton. I know I do.
Okay. If people are barely watching Lauri Markkanen, I doubt that they're like tapped in on.
Speak for yourself. There's a lot of basketball fans out there. I think we have a really good basketball audience. Speak for just because you don't watch League Pass doesn't mean everybody else doesn't watch League Pass.
DeAndre Melton could go into
D'Anthony Melton,
could go into the sales room right now, introduce himself as D'Anthony Melton, and everyone would forget his name.
Well, our sales staff? They barely watch the Warriors.
But that's my point.
That's them. They're casuals.
That's what makes up a lot of fan bases.
Well, that's unfortunate. I don't know. I don't know what that world is like. I don't know what that world is like. The world I've revolved in is that, Lauri Markkanen is cool, but he's not worth 4 or 5 unprotected picks, Pods, Kuminga, and Wiggins. Like, that's not it. That's not it. That's not it. So Lauri Markkanen, in case you're just tuning in, today was the day that we were going to find out. Lauri Markkanen has decided that he's going to sign a long-term deal with the Utah Jazz, but he would do it either tomorrow or later, which means he's ineligible to be traded this season.
You reap what you sow, brother.
If he would have signed yesterday or today, that would have meant that he's eligible to be traded the day to trade deadline. So, is anybody tripping themselves over Lauri Markkanen? Anybody butthurt or deflated?
Well, no, I just think that it signified that they were going to make some moves in the offseason. And I think the fact that you didn't make the move, it's not the move itself. It's what it kind of, metaphorically represents, which is like big change. I think a lot of people just wanted big change in the offseason.
They just want the home run to move.
Well, they just wanted a move. They wanted a move.
They wanted a move. They made moves, though.
Oh.
Did they not?
What's that?
Did they not make moves?
Well, yeah, around the outside, I mean, changing some of the pots and plants in the backyard doesn't necessarily mean that you've renovated the house, does it?
The price is way too high, man.
Oh, I agree.
Denny H ain't no dummy, man. Let's go to AT Sunnyvale. AT Sunnyvale, what's happening?
Hey, Bonte, I'm with you. I'm really not tripping over Lauri Markkanen.
Right.
And to let Danny Ainge come in your house and take you for a fool that's for the content cycle. That's not for a GM. The summer is dry. People need stuff to say. People need somebody to get excited about. This man was an apparition. He was never going to be in the Bay. I knew that, and now that it's put to rest, we could focus on actually getting some wins, even though we just changed the pots and plants.
Hey, but you know what? I'm kind of like with the next Warrior fan. What's going on in Milwaukee?
Oh, don't even. You're not even allowed to do that.
No, I'm allowed to do whatever I want. You sat here and lied through your teeth about Lauri Markkanen, who you brought up in the last week, and they said, well, Lauri Markkanen, Bonte, did you know he averaged this? It's like he never even watched the game. Lucas and Gurley. Don't tell me what I'm allowed to do. I'm on the honest train.
I don't know if you know this. No one watches Utah basketball.
I do. They got some good players. Keontae George, Colin Sexton, Jordan Clarkson. Will Hardy's a hell of a coach.
Deactivated the last week of the year.
Don't say that nobody watches Utah Jazz basketball. I watch a lot of basketball. Lucas and Gilroy. I love basketball. Love all these teams. Lucas and Gilroy, what's happening, man? You're on the roast.
What's up, man? How you guys doing?
Good.
Yeah, I just want to say I'm not, I want to see the new guys pick up, the youngsters. I want to see them. I'm not really fazed about that. So I'm happy we're moving on. And, this kind of leaves a open spot to hopefully maybe get one more person or something like that. But, I'm happy overall. It's let's see these youngsters. Let's see them pick it up. Let's see them take another step in their game.
There it is.
So the Warriors, this is the report. The Warriors made the most aggressive offer centered around Moses Moody, multiple first-round picks, pick swaps, and second-rounders. Team sources from both sides said Utah wanted pods in any theoretical deal. The Warriors were protective of pods in the marketing conversation, and a few other league-wide trade proposals this summer, league sources said. That wasn't going to get it done.
It's not. It wasn't. They wanted King's ransom for Lauri Markkanen.
That's like offering. Honestly, that is like offering Brandon Aiyuk straight up for your guy, Kendrick Bourne.
Yeah, that's bad. Well, no, that's disrespectful to Brandon Podziemski. I think Brandon Podziemski brings a lot of quality.
No, I'm saying the Moses Moody and picks offer. It's not good enough. Like it's not good enough.
And you know what? When you think about Lauri Markkanen. And I've said this over and over and over. And I don't know why people are confusing me because was I ever in on Lauri Markkanen? Seriously, because that's starting to bug me. Was I ever in on Lauri Markkanen?
As far as I remember, you've always been very, kind of big on let's see what these young guys got. You're one of the biggest champions of Jonathan Kuminga, and you're one of the biggest guys. Like I want to see what Pods brings to the table in his second year. So. No, in any of the conversations you and I have had, I've never heard you really get that excited for Lauri.
Because here's my thing. He's a 7-footer, right? You're going to have to get down in the post. I think about all the bigs in the Western Conference, which we've gone over and over again. There's Wemby, there's Jokic, there's Kat, there's Nasri, there's Gobert, there's Şengün in Houston, there's Anthony Davis, there's Zubac. Hell, there's even DeAndre Ayton in Portland. I'm probably missing a couple guys here. New Orleans, well, they don't have Valanciunas somewhere, but they have Zion. Where's Markkanen at when it comes to the landscape of the bigs in the Western Conference? Anthony Davis eats his lunch.
Okay. I don't think anyone argues on that.
Eats his lunch.
But, they're looking at the Warriors roster, and they're like, he might be the third best player on the team.
And what does that get you?
Well, it just gets you, they think, incrementally better, and it just signifies that they're making moves. Like, what you had wasn't good enough, and so hoping for this dramatic leap forward for a lot of young players, maybe one or two of them takes this leap forward. Yeah. To think that four guys all take a massive leap forward, that's a tough stretch.
I don't think anybody's saying that.
And the older players on the team remain really, really good. And you're praying that Wiggins comes back to something closer to what he was in 2021 and 2022 as opposed to what he's kind of represented the last year.
No doubt. But I don't think, whether all four guys pop or not, we saw Podziemski make first-team All-Rookie. We see Kuminga take the leap last year. Now, I do want to see what Moses. This is a great opportunity for Moses Moody. Let's go to Daryl in Oakland. Daryl, what's happening? You're on a morning roast.
Hey, what's up, guys? I've been a Moses Moody fan forever, so I totally agree with you, Bonte. And I also agree with you, Bonte. We did not need Lauri Markkanen. There's something that you guys have not talked about, and that is Mike Dunleavy did his research on Kyle Anderson. And Kyle Anderson even said, hey, why are the Warriors trying to get me? That's kind of weird. And I thought about this. Let me ask you a question. Who's better on defense right now, Lauri Markkanen or Kyle Anderson?
Kyle Anderson.
I think it's obvious. Yes. Who's a better passer right now, Kyle Anderson or Lauri Markkanen?
I lean Kyle Anderson. I lean slow-mo.
Yeah. It's slow-mo, exactly. And so who fits better with the Warriors when Draymond gets off of the floor? Who's going to dispel him? It's going to be Kyle Anderson. He passes. He plays defense. Hey, and who makes more money, Kyle Anderson or Lauri Markkanen? Lauri Markkanen makes a gajillion dollars more. And so I look at our team and I'm like, we hit the nail on the head. We don't need Lauri Markkanen. And, of course, we're not going to make a trade with Danny Ainge. That's why we're going to throw him the same kind of peanuts he throws us. It's like, hey, we'll give you some garbage. Sure.
Well, I do wonder this. Good call, Daryl. Good call. But I do wonder this. And I want to ask Warrior fans this one because, again, as you just read and Shams reported it, the deal was the final offer for Lauri Markkanen was Moses Moody, multiple first-round picks, pick swaps, and second-rounders. The Warriors refused to offer Brandon Podziemski. At the end of the day, was that a mistake? Should they have offered Brandon Podziemski alongside Moses Moody for Lauri Markkanen?
I mean, he is one of their best picks in the last handful of years by far in terms of immediate impact. Boy, they're just so high on him.
Was it a mistake, you think? For not,
if that was what the deal was, yeah, I think that probably was a mistake. Yeah.
Was it a mistake, Warrior fans, to not include Brandon Podziemski in the deal? 888-957-9570.
I mean, they better hope that Podziemski is, going to improve his on-ball defense, is going to improve his shot making from the outside, off the dribble, and catch and shoot. And they better hope that getting into the lane and being a facilitator for the team all improves. I mean, that's a lot of improvement.
888-957-9570 is a number. Did the Warriors make a mistake for not including Brandon Podziemski in a potential deal for Lauri Markkanen? You are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and AC1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app. Did they make a deal? New York Kitty, were you shaking your head because it's illegal? Are you shaking your head? Which, honestly, is it a mistake?
Do you think it's a mistake?
Those are a lot of picks. You're trying to get your team right. You could use those assets, I think, to get a better player down the line, whether it's a month, 2 months. And it's kind of similar to the Giants in this sense. Can the Warriors hang around the 7-8 spot up until the trade deadline? Can they stay afloat? Because I think the new template for the NBA with this IST, the in-season tournament, and the home court advantage, I don't think teams are really putting a lot of stock into it as much as they used to. And, of course, the Mavericks laid the template where, boy, we could make a couple soda. And I get the personnel's different. I trust me, I understand Luka and Kyrie and where Curry's at in his career, where Draymond is at. But if you can hang around, and you got your books in order, and maybe there's another star who does become disgruntled. Maybe there's another star, because this is the NBA. This thing happens all the time. There's a Bradley Beal, there's a Lowry, there's a Brandon Ingram. There's all these guys, right? There's always somebody getting flipped. Can you put yourself in a position to make some moves at the deadline to help out a Steph Curry, to help out a Draymond Green? I don't know. But as of right now, I do like the position they're in as an organization. Now you still have options to make moves here down the line, so we'll see about that. Let's go to Jose. Not Jose. Joe in San Jose. Joe in San Jose, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Well, I think, good morning, gentlemen. I just think that the Warriors' position now is that they're just playing to be competitive. They're not playing. And if you want to make a trade, you need to trade Dunleavy for Bob Myers and get this ball rolling again. But yeah, that's where it is. I think the experience in the front office isn't there yet, and I just think that they're just going to get good enough to compete. And our rings are every time you go to the Chase Center, you look up. That's all you're going to have for a while. Thanks for the time.
Anytime. Thank you, Joe.
I love the sound when people hang up. You know, it's just, I think the Curry thing, like, I'm so worried about him leaving the Warriors. Not that it's the end-all, be-all, but, like, you want him to stay with the Warriors the way Dirk stayed with Dallas and Kobe stayed with the Lakers and just be one of the rare guys that actually plays his entire career in one place. I mean, they could have done all the trades in the world and it couldn't have worked, and he could have still maybe wanted to bail, right? There's always that possibility. Could they be a better team? Sure. Pods better come through for them, though. If he's the reason why they didn't make this deal, I think that a lot of people are going to be disappointed. I like Pods. They like him way more than I like him, but you know what? They also liked Curry way more than I liked Curry early on, and that ended up being the right decision.
Boy, so we got a couple situations here. We got the Brandon Aiyuk situation. Matt Mayoko reported last night from ABC Sports Bay Area that the Niners have granted Brandon Aiyuk permission to seek a deal with New England and Cleveland. We just had Anthony Lim on, and he broke down how much they love Cooper, but he said one important thing, that if Cooper does get traded, and we could play that sound, Loveman, if Cooper does get traded here, he would seek a new deal. That would scare me away. It's like, wait, you want a new deal after not
He'd
being able to
fit
get,
right in.
not even a kid,
He'd
right?
fit
Now you
right
get
in.
deal. So you got that situation, folks.
He leaves Cleveland. He gets right in line with the Niners. Like everyone's got their hand out.
Yeah, so that's the situation with Amari Cooper. And now with the Golden State Warriors, Shams Charania just broke that Lauri Markkanen will sign an extension with the Utah Jazz, but he will not do it today. He's going to do it just tomorrow or later, which makes him ineligible to be traded this season. Now, apparently the Warriors' final offer for Lauri Markkanen was multiple picks, first and second round, and Moses Moody, and they said no. They did not want to involve Brendan Pajewski in the deal. So if they deal, I mean, is that a deal breaker for Warriors fans? Are you a little disappointed that they didn't offer Pods in this deal for Lauri Markkanen?
I don't think I had this grandiose opinion that adding Markkanen made them instantly a contender. That's not it. But I do think it solved one of the issues. They've got a bunch, but I need like a clear-cut 2 or 3 scorer. And I thought that on a given night, it's him and Kuminga, or if you didn't give up Kuminga, who can be those clear-cut scorers. I thought that they needed one of those guys, a spacer, and especially on the offensive end with Draymond handling the ball. I thought it balanced the floor out pretty well, given there weren't a lot of other options out there. I didn't think it was the end-all, be-all move. This isn't some like, you got Giannis, you're back in the top 4. I just thought it made them a little better, you know, and I feel like unless Pods takes this big leap forward as a scorer, I could find a lot of guys who could facilitate like him.
Moses Moody, multiple first-round picks, pick swaps and second-rounders per Shams Charania. The Warriors refused to offer Brendan Pajewski in the deal. Maybe that's what Draymond Green was talking about last week on the podcast.
Well, you know what the next pivot is. You keep going Milwaukee. Kevin Durant.
Giannis Antetokounmpo.
Kevin Durant.
Joel Embiid.
Look at him and Curry. They're having fun with Team USA. I mean, we're just going to keep spinning the big Price is Right wheel until it lands on one of these guys. Or we crap out.
Lauri Markkanen. Going to stay in Utah, Warrior fans. He's going to stay in Utah. Boy, what a week in the Bay Area, man. Things are popping off, man. You got the Giants. They got back to 500. They're ready to pop champagne. You see the smile on Bo Mel's face yesterday, Bob Melvin? Oh, man, they were flexing like they were 17 games over.
Do you think Steph, not that it's like, oh my gosh, my world is in. Do you think he's just a little disappointed they couldn't get this done?
I don't know.
Because that's my whole algorithm is like keeping Steph somewhat happy.
I don't know
right?
how
Steph
that's
feels how I'm wired right now. Like I'm trying to like maximize. I get you want to have a future, and believe me, I always side with the team long term. Like where I stand on this. But there is the Steph element. This is a once in a generation, once in a lifetime player.
Getting a text right now saying that even if Pods was in this deal, Utah still wouldn't do it.
I kind of feel the same way.
It was going to have to be Moody, Pods, picks, and either J.K. or Wiggins. Because that's just how Danny Ainge rolls.
I would have done Wiggins.
Right. But that's how Danny Ainge rolls. He wants Wiggins, Pods, and Moody. for Markkanen and all those picks and pick swaps?
Well, the picks was probably,
right.
I would do it for the players and a couple picks.
Danny Ainge is acting like this is Kevin Garnett.
Well,
he's not.
I mean, it's not.
Not even close.
And nor is Danny Ainge Jerry West.
Right, no doubt about it. But this is who Danny Ainge is.
Yeah, a jerk.
This is how he does business. So he wants to win the trade. The Warriors, good for them for not succumbing to Danny Ainge's demands. I'm actually proud of them for not doing that.
You're proud of them, huh?
Yeah, I am proud of them. Don't give up all these damn picks and pick swaps and second-round picks, Booty, Pods, and Wiggins or Kuminga for Lauri Markkanen. The hell with that.
So we're going to spin the wheel on superstars for the rest of this year.
I'm not going to do that.
And then by about mid-season, are we spinning the wheel on draft picks?
Well, I'm not going to do that.
I'm
not going to do that. I'm not going to do that. But I'm not doing that deal. I'm just not.
Do you think the Brandon Ingram thing starts to heat back up again?
I don't think he's that type of player for Steve Kerr. I don't think that heats up at all. And you know what? Part of me is like, you know what? Finally, we get to see young guys. Finally, we get to see the young guys. That's a lot to give up for Lauri Markkanen.
I can't wait to hear Draymond's pod tonight discussing this proposed deal.
Well, I can't wait for Draymond Green to lock up Lauri Markkanen in the game against the Utah Jazz. That's what it is. Let Utah overpay for Lauri Markkanen.
You think he's going to finish that game?
I don't.
No, the funny thing is that I do believe that there were, not me, but there were people that thought like Markkanen was the end-all, be-all.
Yeah.
I think most reasonable people are like, if you can get him, great. Like, let's do it at the right price. But nobody, I don't think most normal thinking fans thought, this is the move.
Yeah, well, I don't know if fans thought this was the move. I don't know anymore. I don't know a damn thing. Apparently, just FYI, New England, Matthew Judon left New England Patriots practice early today. He was escorted back into the team facility mid-practice.
I would take him. For Aiyuk, I would take him. You get me pass rush? I love Judon. That was one of Bill's great last moves.
Matthew Judon, Nick Bosa.
But Judon is coming off of ACL too. Or I don't know if it was ACL. He definitely hurt himself and missed a good chunk of last year.
How much is he getting paid?
I think $14 million this year.
All right.
I like Judon a lot, but he's another guy. He wants a new contract, but he stuffs the run. He's a beast. He plays in a lot of systems, smart player, Baltimore bred, and then went up to New England. I love Judon. Judon's a winner, dude.
Oh, boy. So now we got...
I love Judon.
So now I'm just thinking, Warrior fan right now, angry.
In shambles.
Niner fan right now, angry. Giants fan right now.
Thrilled. We're 500.
Oh, yeah.
We're 500.
Giants fans are thrilled?
We're thrilled.
Some comic coming up.
Did you see Taylor Rogers in the eighth inning? Taylor, not Tyler.
Yeah,
the lefty.
Yeah.
He was amazing.
I watched the whole
Camilo?
game. The game was on, Shasky. Game's always on.
Oh, we're back on Camilo now.
Oh, yeah.
He's back.
Well,
clean ninth inning.
Somebody wants to call me a flip-flopper.
Presented with new information.
Oh, yeah, 925, Xfinity Mobile Text Line. Our boy Daquan Plowden, baby. That's right, Daquan. I'm all in on the Daquan movement. It's coming up on the game brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service bank with no compromises. Tim Kawakami.
Hey, it's Willard and Dibs for Safeway. Enjoy these.
This is Oreo Cookie from Oakland, California, and it's plain to see you can't change me because I'm going to be a roaster for life.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
All eyes on me.
All eyes on the Bay. All eyes on the Bay.
There's so much trouble in the world.
Is there so much trouble in the Bay? I don't know, man. What a time to be alive out here. Got Brandon Aiyuk news.
Big psych.
Lauri Markkanen.
The Giants farm system was ranked by ESPN? What? Do you want to know where they landed?
Not really. I don't really care, but go ahead. You already started.
It just got dropped.
Okay.
They ranked all the farm system 20th.
Next question.
I'm just letting you know. Number one,
farm
Orioles.
system rankings are just farm system rankings.
Farm system rankings. Orioles ranked still number one. Rockies really high up there. A lot of teams. Dodgers really high up. I think Dodgers are 3.
That's your farm system update. All right, let's bring in Tim Kawakami. Joining us on the River Islands guest line. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands, and Lathrop? Now, sometimes I'm a little jealous of TK.
Huh.
Because, I mean, he's getting all these great guests on his podcast.
Great
TK
guests,
podcast.
getting everyone.
It's getting everybody. Then when I see him at the arena, he just commands. He has a presence. Tim Kawakami has a presence, man. I don't know why. Hey, TK, what's up, man? What's going on this morning?
Yeah, don't sell yourself short. You got me on as a guest. That's pretty good.
Which is hard. Takes us every 6 months to get you on this show, man. All right, there's a lot going on in the Bay. I'm sure you're going down to hear Shanahan talk today later on in practice. We'll see if Brendan Aiyuk is still on the team. But let's start with Lauri Markkanen. We got the breaking news that the Jazz and Lauri Markkanen is going to sign an extension either tomorrow or in the future, which makes him ineligible to be traded this season. Now, apparently the Warriors' final offer was Moses Moody, multiple first-round picks, pick swaps, a second-round pick. They did not want to include Brandon Podziemski. However, TK, I don't even know if that would have got it done. Just Pods and Moses Moody and all these picks. Felt like they would have wanted Moody, Pods, and either or Wiggins or Jonathan Kuminga. What'd you make of this Lauri Markkanen situation?
Yeah, I think there was a way they could have done it by putting Podziemski in. There wasn't just about Podziemski, but I think they could have. I think they did not go all in on this. I'm a little surprised. As we wrote about it, earlier this week, I thought maybe when it really came down to it, I just don't know that there's another, top line player who they can get. They always think they're involved, and you never know. Somebody could come available in February because it is going to move to February now, but it won't be Lauri Markkanen now. We know he'll be ineligible to be traded. I thought they'd push harder, but I could also see they thought their slam dunk was Markkanen plus Kuminga plus Podziemski going into the future, and they did not want to jeopardize that and give their picks by putting in a prize player like Podziemski. And let's just be honest, maybe they could put Podziemski into another trade. Again, I just don't see that player. They're usually pretty good about having a player out there. This is a guy we're chasing. Obviously, Kevin Durant, and there's been all these other names. Some they've gotten, some they haven't. Markkanen, you look at the free agent list for next year, you've been Markkanen off it. It's not very good.
Yeah.
So, I thought they might push it all in. For some reason, whatever. Maybe they figure, listen, if we have to pay Lauri Markkanen $48 million a year, which is what it would take if the assignment extension, it just isn't worth all this. Again, I don't know the exact reasoning there. I don't think it was impossible. I'll put it that way. I don't think it was impossible for them to make. Listen, Utah engaged them, right? There were conversations. These are things that happen. All understood. These are value judgments you have to make. I just don't know that there's going to be a better fit. I don't know. I think Markkanen was a better fit than Paul George, and we know that they came really close to Paul George. Not a better player, but he's 7 years younger. He plays that stretch 5. I think Paul George is a tremendous player, but what's he going to be worth in 3 years, guys?
Yeah,
and you're paying him $55
I agree
million.
with that. I agree with that. I was never high on the Paul George situation. I'm glad he didn't go that route. Go ahead, Shasta.
No, I think most Warrior fans have this setting, Tim. It's like whatever Steph wants, right? That's what most Warrior fans feel. So I guess the question is they were down for Paul George because it felt like Steph and Dre wanted that. How do you think this lands on Steph's doorstep, hearing that they weren't kind of all in on getting Markkanen?
I think he can be, look at it pretty rationally and say, maybe you shouldn't give up the whole thing. That's the part that I think the overreaction is, oh, my God, Steph's going to be pissed. Oh, my. Like, he understands it if you explain it to him. And this is not an unaggressive front office, right? I mean, he said it. Like, he knows they're looking at stuff. They looked at LeBron James last February. Now, that only works so far, right? If you're not a good team, he's not going to like it, and he said so. We know this. They are under some amount of urgency to make sure they're pretty good, to be in with a shot at being very good. Again, I don't know who that other, we imagine they need one more player here. I don't know who that player is and what might be available in February. Or are they going to just say, you know what, let's be okay this year and let's go attack it again in July? Guess what? Lauri Markkanen going to be traded in July. I don't know. I'm just saying they're pretty aggressive. I just would hesitate from saying, oh, my God, this is the thing that's going to drive Steph crazy. So crazy if they're not. Let's see where they are. January, February, they're probably going to be okay. Not great, okay. And what? I avoid this. This is the thing that drives Steph crazy. This is the thing that's no. It's going to be the accumulation of things, plus and minus. And he understands it. If you explain it to him, this is what we're trying to do. And maybe we shouldn't have traded everything for Lauri Markkanen. He might disagree, but he's not going to say, okay, that's it, I'm gone, get Charlotte on the phone. He's not doing that. He is pretty well committed to the Warriors, at least for another year or so. And he's not James Harden. He's not that guy. He's not like, I'm going to, do this passive-aggressive stuff on you or even aggressive-aggressive. He's like, okay, bring me into the conversation. What are our options? Where are we? Let's go hard for the best players. And he doesn't think they're going to go 100% on that. They better have a track on somebody. I'm not saying they shouldn't. I just don't know who that is. And then we shall see. Jared Allen just signs a new extension with Cleveland that allows him to be traded, at the trade deadline. Again, I don't know. I've heard that name of them in the past. I don't know if that's for sure somebody they would want now. But you got to start thinking about that. And then, how hard can they push? What have they got? They kept Kuminga. They kept Pajemski. They have their picks. We'll hear about them again in February. I guarantee you. I just don't know the names.
Tim Kawakami here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 Game, courtesy of the River Islands guest line. So before we pivot to the 49ers and Brendan Aiyuk, real quickly, TK, how good is this team as is on paper, the Golden State Warriors going into the next season? This is a playoff team? Is it a play-in team? Is it not a play-in team? Is this a team that's going to finish in 11th or lower? Well, how do you see this team right now on paper?
Yeah, I don't think they're 11th or lower. I mean, they won 48 last year. Well, I'm sorry, 46, whatever it was, in a really crappy year. And we know the West was powerful. That's what, got them to play in. Normally, that gets you in. I think they're slightly better. Maybe not a lot better. If Draymond doesn't get suspended for, 16 games? They probably win a couple more. Does that mean they're winning 48? And I think they're 6-7, and that's not great, right? And then you're one step, knee tweak away from being 11, no question. And he was mostly healthy last year. So you always have to factor in those things. I think they're better than they're more versatile than they were last year, less explosive without Clay in there. But I'm a big D'Anthony Melton guy.
Same here.
I think he's a big ad. We'll see about the others. But I think they're slightly better. Again, it's all relative to the West, I know. And you got Houston coming up. You've got Memphis coming back. Yeah. You got San Antonio coming up.
Let's get
teams are in trouble. But I think they're okay. I think they're like the 7th seed.
49ers. I know you're going down there to hear from Shanahan and whatnot. What to make of this Aiyuk situation? How did we get to this point, TK?
Yeah. I think listen, Aiyuk's number could be crazy. And more to the point, I think it's probably shifting. Like, they're like, wait a minute, it was 28, now it's 30, or whatever. But that's negotiation. I think the 49ers have misplayed this. There is a 49er need, and we're seeing it every year to try to win every negotiation. This is what they do. And I think it's helped them try to keep some of this salary cap under control. We know how many big contracts they have, but it's under control. I think it's building up some kind of amount of unhappiness with their star players. We've heard about it kind of under the radar. I think it's just playing out with Aiyuk. They're trying to beat Aiyuk in this. I think that Bosa negotiation last year might be affecting this. They got beat by Bosa. The 49ers do not, Parag Marathe and Jay York do not normally get beat like they got beat by Nick Bosa. And Aiyuk is not Nick Bosa. I understand that, but I think that there's just some recriminations from that.
and they want to beat Brandon Aiyuk, and they're determined not to get this to September. Like they let the Bosa thing go, and they're trying to push the issue, and they might win. Hey, there's a possibility that they win this. They get Aiyuk to come in at their number or relative their number, or they make a successful trade. I think any trade they make now, if they make it for Aiyuk, will be an unsuccessful trade. I think it's a give-up trade. You don't see good teams doing this. Like, what good teams trade a good player in August? That doesn't happen. You trade them at the draft. So you get the pick, you draft the player, you have the player. If they make a trade, Kendrick Bourne, I like him on all, but please,
I know.
And a second round pick, like that's how you're going to go to the Super Bowl. They've got the money. They do have the money. Now I understand. They got the Purdy money coming down the back end, but it's not salary cap money. That's just guaranteed money. This is guaranteed money that Jed York probably does not want to pay. You know what? Okay, that's his decision. I get it. But then you're judged by the roster you end up with. If they end up without Brandon Aiyuk, it's been a miscalculation. They've just miscalculated and misplayed this to get it in this position. This is not what good teams do. Look at the Detroit Lions. They've re-signed everybody. Yep. They've figured out a way. That's a team that the 49ers are likely going to run into in the NFC Championship game or whatever round.
Can I stop you there? Can I stop
Sure.
you there? I agree with a lot of what you're saying. The difference between Detroit and the Niners have been good for like 6 straight years, and they have a very expensive top-loaded roster, whereas Detroit, this is their first cycle of paying a lot of these guys. You know what I'm saying? So I just think they're at a different life cycle than where the Niners are. Now, you said maybe Jed doesn't want to pay the money. They have paid, and I'll give them credit to this, pretty much every single guy, top of the market money, every single turn. But why the hard stance on Aiyuk then? Like, I know they think he's really good. Is it like a number thing? Was it the way he's gone about the business? Is it because of the residual of what happened with Bosa last year? Is it all of these things? Because, like, that's a fascinating aspect I hadn't considered.
Yeah, I think it's the totality of the guaranteed money that Jed York is looking at with the Purdy deal coming. And I'll argue with you on the Lions. They got a quarterback they're paying a lot of money to. The 49ers are not paying Brock Purdy. And let's just say this, when they pay him next year, that will not really accelerate on the cap for 2 or 3 years. You look at these quarterback contracts, they don't hit the cap hard until year 3, year 4. So if I get it, there's X amount of guaranteed dollars that Jed York's going to want to commit. I'm not going to reach into his pocket and say, you got to do it. But when you don't do it, and you do have cap space, they've got $34 million in cap space, guys, right now. This incredibly expensive roster. It's to the credit of the negotiations that they've kept these dollars as low as possible. They're very good at it, but there is a breaking point when you try to pull this on every single player, and then they close and beat you. And then the next player says, well, why can't I beat you? Why can't I take this in September and beat you? So it's just like they've got a way they do it. Agents hate it, guys. Agents, they hated it 4 years ago. Now you do it, you negotiate it. 49ers have paid the money. They're at the top of the market, all these guys. But you asked George Kittle and Fred Warner how fun that negotiation was. Trent Williams is going through it right now. It's not easy to negotiate with the 49ers. It just isn't. Again, I don't criticize them for it, except if it leads to a problem with a receiver. And maybe Brandon Aiyuk is asking for money that is just not feasible to pay him, but other teams probably are willing to pay it. And at some point, it costs money to try to win a Super Bowl. And if they don't have them, are they really trying to win a Super Bowl this year? Is that everything is all in?
Yeah, I think it's bad business.
We all agree on that. But I would also, if I'm the owner, I'm like, hey, I've given you $477 million in the last 4 years in guaranteed money across all these guys in escrow accounts, and you guys haven't cashed in the Super Bowl. So I get both sides of it.
Man.
The other part of this is
Jed York co-hosting the show here?
Yeah, I'm not. Listen.
No, but look around the league. Look around the league. There are a lot of teams that shed salaries year after year after year. They just gave $120 million to Bosa. And, like, I'm with you. The Bosa thing, I think, is resonating in this deal. But here's the thing, Tim. He's not the only guy with his hand out. They still got to pay Trent. Diomino Lenoir's down the pipeline. Charvarius wants more money. What are you going to do with Greenlaw? Hufanga? Like, they've got Aaron Banks. There are a lot of guys outside of Brandon Aiyuk. So is it good as a team-building strategy to invest in 2 wide receivers making $60 million for this particular season when you do have other needs on this roster down the line?
They won't be investing in 2 receivers $60 million because Ayuk's number will not be that high when Debo's number is on it, and they will probably not have Debo Samuel next year. You just got to understand this money doesn't all stay on the cap. It's moved around. So I agree with you. Like, if Debo was at 26, 27, 28, and you are into him, then it's going to be really hard. But guess what? They held the line on Debo Samuel. You know why? Because they're tough negotiators. I credit them for this. There is room to do this. There is absolutely room to do this. They've already cut Eric Armstead. This is all part of what they're doing. And if they give Aiyuk a ton of money, maybe it costs them George Kittle in a year. But again, this money does not hit immediately. It does not. Unless you forcibly do it, which they actually could because they got so much room right now. But usually the signing bonus is what you're paying the guy in the first 2 years, and the cap number is low. So, again, it's their style. I get it. But I'll just put it this. Around the NFL, it's not, oh, gee, that mean Brandon Aiyuk. It is not. It is the 49ers are trying to win a negotiation again. Yeah. And full credit to them if they do win it. But if they don't win it and it blows up in their face, they're not all in for the Super Bowl. They cannot say that they're all in. They are not all in for the Super Bowl.
That's bad business. I'm with you here in this sense, TK. Look, the cap, and Shazka and I have talked about this for over a year now. Always believe, well, maybe you could stagger some money here, and a lot of guys will not be on the books once Aiyuk gets his money. So I'm glad you clarified that with everything happening here. It's funny to me, and maybe fans do this, and I get into it with fans all the time, that all of a sudden they're telling people to, Aiyuk, hey, kick rocks here. You're replaceable. You're this, you're that. In your opinion, how good is Brandon Aiyuk? Because I feel like in this market, he's been underrated. When you think about the opportunities he had to catch a football last year on this team, that's a run-first team that loves to get the 30 carries, to have the production he had with that limited amount of opportunities, wow, second team all-pro Brandon Aiyuk, and what he does in the run game, and some people say, well, we don't pay you to run block. Well, hell, they paid George Kittle pass block on third downs. That's a part of the equation, playing for Kyle Shanahan. When you talk to fans and you hear things around the league and other reporters, how valuable is Aiyuk? How do people view Aiyuk in this offense? Is he a top 10 receiver, top 5? How do you view him?
I look at him as a top 5 or 6, but that's also because he fits the system so well. So you can say, okay, on the open market, not every team plays the system. You're not a top 5 or 6. It's a negotiation. It's a debate. He's hitting the market now. If you hit the market now, you're going to get a lot of money, and the guys who are not hitting the market get it next time. I think he's top 5 or 6. I think the things that he does are going to be almost impossible for them to replace. Just look at it that way. If they don't have Brandon Aiyuk, guess what? They got to go find a Brandon Aiyuk, and that's hard. And it's not Ricky Pearsall. It isn't this year. What would they pay to get a Brandon Aiyuk on their roster? They'd give up a first, maybe a first and a second, right? If they had another Brandon Aiyuk out there, that's what they would pay. That makes him very valuable. Is he a pound for pound a better player than A.J. Brown or Justin Jefferson or whoever? That's debatable. Probably not. But in this system where you got to block to earn your routes, you got to run the decoy routes as hard as you run the routes where you know you're getting the ball. I don't know exactly who's going to fit better than Brandon Aiyuk. And that's how you have the real world you have to value it. I do believe the 49ers are negotiating, saying, stat-wise, if you just raw numbers, you're not there. I get it. If you win it that way, you win the negotiation. But Brandon Aiyuk and, yards per reception, yards per route, all these things, you do that kind, the rate numbers, not the cumulative numbers, he's way up there. I don't think he's as good as Justin Jefferson. I get that he would make less than him. There are 3 or 4 others for sure. They're not all on the market right now. He is. Right. And the ones who are on the market, I think he's just as good as Amon-Ra St. Brown. He might be better. I think he's just as good as a lot of these other guys. So it's a negotiation. He's the one who's up now. He's the one. Well, he's got the 5th-year option, but I still think he's going to play for that.
No doubt.
I think he's worth it. I think he's worth close to 30.
I'm kind of with you there, TK. So how does this end? When you go down to Santa Clara today, Shanahan speaks at the podium. Is he playing for the 49ers in 2024?
I don't know. I don't. That one is totally up. You start letting other teams talk to your player, which Mayoko's reported, and I'm sure is true. It could be a big feint. It could be a bluff, right? You go ahead and find out, and then we'll come back, and you'll like it here. Like, once you let that happen, it's very likely that he's going to like what he hears. And so it's 50-50 at best.
Tim, where is John Lynch in all this? Like, you always hear about him being kind of like the calming presence. He seems to be very reasonable to me. Like, he's a guy that I think sees both sides, the player's point of view, understands the front offices. He's not going to get in the weeds on the contract and all that stuff. Is there any way they can put the genie back in the bottle with him somehow in the room? I'm just asking out loud because he seems to be a guy that kind of gets the big picture.
Yeah, I think theoretically, I mean, they might have some complications because he's really good friends, or was really good friends with Aiyuk's agent, right, Ryan Williams. So I'm not sure how deeply involved Lynch could have been on this. Maybe he was, maybe he is. I don't know. He'd have to have some part of this. Everything I hear from NFL people is the guy who negotiates these deals is Parag Marathe. That's the guy. And Jed York is on top of that. And John comes in and does some other things. I think he was heavily involved with Bosa. But guess what? Bosa won that deal. Parag Marathe might not have loved that too much. Again, that's my speculation. But, I think John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan make their views known. They are the number one people in football operations, but they don't control the purse strings. And I think it's Parag Marathe doing this negotiation. Again, you talk to any agent who deals with the 49ers, they talk about general conversations with John Lynch, and they talk to the negotiations with Parag Marathe. So not trying to underline anybody's fault here, but every agent I've talked to said the person that I'm negotiating with and who is a pain in the ass, but you respected, but he is a pain in the ass, is Parag Marathe. Wow. Whether John and Kyle, at the end can come in, I don't know. I think they certainly did that with Bosa. But again, I don't think 49ers like that Bosa deal. I think they hate that Bosa deal. They realized they had to do it, but Bosa beat them, period. They just haven't had one like that where they've been beaten by somebody like they were beaten by Bosa. I don't think they want that to happen with Aiyuk.
And Bosa did not have the year that we're accustomed to Bosa having last season. Of course, he even said it was a down year here. So is Parag Marathe or Jed York your next guest on the TK podcast?
Yeah, maybe not. I don't know. Listen to the show, they probably won't. But,
I don't think they listen to us, TK. I don't think they listen to us. They don't want to hear us loudmouths.
They're a little busy right now, though. So they're a little bit busy. That's all good. We'll see how today goes. Yesterday was very interesting, and I'm just very curious. Kyle Shanahan can't. He's speaking for the team, so he can only say so much. But I'd be interested to hear the shadings. The between the lines. I don't know. This is a spot I did not think they would be in August, in early August, but it's hurrying up. Things are speeding up, and I'm going to be very interested in the tone that he takes in just a little bit.
All right, TK. Good stuff, man. Have fun down there in Santa Clara. Exciting times in the Bay Area. A lot of drama out here. Check out the TK podcast as well. Tim Kawakami here on the River Islands Guest Line. Thanks for the time today, TK.
You got it, guys.
All right, Tim Kawakami. Sent a lot there. It's 9:41. About 10 minutes left. Get your calls in. Stein Eagle is going to take a lot of calls. Willard Dibb's going to take a lot of calls. A lot of clarity there about the cap, how he said that Brock Purdy's money, he's going to get the guarantees, but that base salary may not hit until 25, 26. So,
yes, but you also, okay. The Purdy money hasn't hit yet, but they're still paying. Like, for example, when you release Eric Armstead, it accelerates all of that money to this year, right? So at some point, you do have to pay the piper to a degree on some of these deals. Do they have the money to make it work? Probably. But it's not just about this season. It's about what you fill out your roster with over multiple seasons.
But in the NFL, though, can you play the long-term game? Can you play it the 3-year window? It feels like the window's now for this team.
I mean, obviously.
It feels like it's now.
Obviously.
You got to maximize it now because Debo may be gone next year. That's money that's going to be released.
Okay. Again, you do have to pay the piper at some point.
Yes,
and
no
if
doubt.
CMC wants money, and if Trent wants money,
got money,
and they what?
CMC just got his money.
No. And when do you think that's hitting?
He's just got his money.
Exactly. And so that's my point. Is so, like, I believe me, theoretically, could you? Yes. And they could do it for this year, but you will have to pay the piper. You're going to have, whether it's this year, next year, 3 years from now, 4 years from now, you're going to have a hollowing out of the roster because the money will hit the books eventually. Like, that is the reality of where we're at. At some point, it will hit your books.
And at some point, these guys are going to go along in the tooth.
No doubt.
So, you know what? I'm worried about the now.
And the Bosa
I may not be alive. I'm going to use Shanahan's line. I may not be alive on damn Sunday. I got to win the Super Bowl now. This is our one, probably final chance until you give the quarterback his money, and you got to figure out what to do with Greenlaw and all these other guys. You got to maximize it now because Detroit's not slowing down. Philadelphia is not slowing down. The New York Giants are fighting with the Lions in practice. They think they got something cooking there. Green Bay's got something brewing with their young wide receiver core and Jordan Love and their defense with Jair Alexander. They gave the Niners all type of fits in the divisional round game. There's Kansas City ain't going nowhere. We know the Rams ain't going nowhere. And McVay, you know they got something brewing. Seattle with their defense coordinator who became a head coach from Baltimore. We saw what he did on Christmas Day. So it's about the now. I want to win now. Now.
Of course.
And how do we win now? By getting Brandon Aiyuk his damn money because he deserves it. He deserves to get paid like an all-pro. So pay that man his money.
So you give him what he wants no matter what.
Yes, it ain't my money, number one. And he's a damn good player who's been available. When I watched that guy last year, week 2, the game where I walked out of SoFi Stadium and said, boy, I don't worry about the quarterback no more. Brock Purdy's the one. But also in that game, I was sitting behind the 49ers bench, and Aiyuk hurt his shoulder very early in that game. And they tried to take his helmet away. And he said, nah, I got to gut this one out. I just need to be on the field and have my presence out there. That dude gutted it out and didn't get no damn credit. Pay Aiyuk. Let's roll, baby. I don't want to trade this guy for no Amari Cooper no more. I don't want Kendrick Bourne. Are you kidding me? Kendrick Bourne? We're going to trade the Patriots again.
Well, that's
Come on.
clearly a downgrade. We agree there. Like,
I don't want
agrees.
Amari Cooper. I want Aiyuk.
But I do find it interesting. Like, if the same scenario plays out with the same team, but instead of this player, it's Devontae or Justin Jefferson, would he have like a larger bidding process of teams that would want him? I find it interesting that we're really only down to like 4 teams. Now, I know that there's, what does it cost to get him before the money and how much you're going to, like, what does it cost to get him, right? That is part of the equation. And teams have their finances and some of their draft picks already set in place.
Let's just look around the league, though. Philadelphia, they're happy with their receiving room. Right now, Washington's happy with their receiving room. Green Bay's happy with their receiving room.
Who'd you say before that?
Washington's happy with their receiving room right now, as of right now.
I think
Terry McLaurin,
they
Dotson,
wanted him, but not at that price.
Green Bay, they're pretty happy with their receiving room.
If Justin Jefferson was available, right now, same scenarios, you don't think he'd be like there would be more bidders?
He's Justin Jefferson. He's the best wide receiver in football. We're not saying I use Justin Jefferson, but their receiving room is good.
But
you
I
know
think
what I'm saying?
Part of this is if you want Justin Jefferson like money, like now and
I don't know if he wants
Tim
Jefferson.
Kawakami says Amon-Ra St. Brown. I think I'd rather have Amon-Ra St. Brown than Aiyuk. But that's me. Other people will take Aiyuk.
But you know what? You know what's funny about Amon-Ra St. Brown? I look at the production. He had 119 catches. You want to talk about John?
And what do you have, like 160 targets?
164 targets.
Yeah, he's the primary.
1,515 yards receiving. Now I look at Brandon Aiyuk, and I look at his targets, and I look at his numbers in this offense. Boy, Brandon Aiyuk. I'm looking at the numbers. 16 games. 16 games, just like Amon-Ra St. Brown.
Yeah, but every game going into it, that's the number one.
105 targets compared to Amon-Ra St. Brown's 164 targets. Dan, he had 1,342 yards receiving.
He had a great year. No one's denying that. He had a great year.
Yards per catch.
I just know that when I go into every game, Amon-Ra St. Brown is the clear-cut best player on that
I would love to see Aiyuk. I would love to see Aiyuk on it. But you know what? It could be Sam Laporta. He may be more explosive.
He's also making second-round money.
Right now,
as a rookie,
no doubt. But I'm not going to pocket watch. I want Aiyuk to get paid. I'm always for the player in this league, in the NFL. When your basically career could be over in one play, I'm all for the player taking their one chance to get paid. I'm not gonna waver off of that one. I want Aiyuk in this uniform. I think he's a damn good player who's put the damn good chemistry and a damn good rapport with Brock Purdy. Why the hell are we gonna mess around with that? Michael and Lamar. Michael, what's happening?
Good morning, guys. How are you today?
I'm doing great.
So a couple of receivers that people aren't talking about that would be, if you're looking at it from a financial aspect and the ability to retain some free agents next year, which, by the way, we have 41 of them next year, to retain some of those guys. A lot of the receivers that nobody are talking about in exchange for Brandon Aiyuk would be Jerry Jeudy and Juju Smith-Schuster.
Jerry Jeudy just got traded to Cleveland and signed a new deal.
Yeah, he's not
Juju
getting
Smith-Schuster. I don't know if he's the option on this team. I don't know about that.
But those contracts are team-friendly deals. But Jerry Jeudy's only making $17.5 a year, and Juju Smith-Schuster's making only $8.5
Yeah, but Judy's not.
a year.
I don't think Judy's good at all. Number one, and number two, I don't think he's tough enough to play in this system. Like to Bonte's point, this isn't about just getting a play. It's about winning a Super Bowl.
Yeah,
that's what makes this whole thing
you guys do
so cooked up.
Deals. This ain't Moneyball,
Yeah,
Michael.
this is about winning a Super Bowl.
And Jerry Jeudy, he's best known for Steve Smith Sr. checking his ass. He's done nothing since he left Alabama.
I mean, I like the thought outside the box, but they have to get better. It's like let's go get what's the Kendrick Bourne. Like, I'm sorry, Kendrick Bourne doesn't do it for me.
Kendrick Bourne, man. Kendrick Bourne.
For free.
That's why I was laughing when Michael Silver said, I think Shanahan would rather have Kendrick Bourne than the Patriots second round pick. I highly doubt Shanahan would rather have that.
I have no idea what
I don't think Shanahan would rather have Kendrick Bourne on this roster than Amari Cooper. That sounds laughable as hell. Laughable as hell. So we're going to replay the TK stuff. We'll cut it up tomorrow. We're starting to go run with it. Anyway, there's a lot of fascinating stuff. Aiyuk could be traded. By the time we get back on the show tomorrow, there's a possibility Aiyuk's not wearing a Niner uniform anymore.
Which sucks because all you wanted to see was him, Debo, CMC, Kittle, and Purdy one more year. Win the Super Bowl. They have unfinished business. Win the Super Bowl. It just sucks.
Boy. What is going to happen? All right, is it time for final thoughts? Final thoughts. All right, my final thought is I'm going to go the Warriors route. I'm really happy that this deal with Lauri Markkanen didn't go down. I don't think he was much of a difference maker. Let's get the youngsters for a little bit, see what they do, and then we'll pivot. But right now, I'm extremely happy the Warriors and mortgage their future for Lauri Markkanen.
I just think both of these sides, Niners and Brandon Aiyuk, are going to regret this. This really stinks, and I know that everyone's got their own prerogative and you want to maximize everything, whether it's the team maximizing the now and forcing him to try to play on a deal that he's not comfortable with and risk everything, or whether it's him wanting to squeeze them for every last. I don't know what's going on, but I know this. They make sweet music together, and I wish that they would stay together one more year at minimum, and I think both parties are going to regret this. I look at Buckner, I look at the Niners. I think both of them, looking back, regret that situation. I think the same thing is going to happen here.
So I love a good comeback, and yesterday I was watching some Olympics, and on the volleyball court saw a pretty cool one happen. So Japan was taking on Italy in the quarterfinals, had Italy to a third match point up 2-0, and those Italians, they came storming back to take it, move on to the semis. Love seeing cool stuff like that in the Olympics. I don't know if you guys saw any of the indoor volleyball action.
I did. I was watching.
Yeah, no, so it was pretty cool. You know, when I've just had that feeling like when Japan had that third match point, I'm thinking to myself, man, if Italy somehow pulls this off and makes it 2-1, it becomes a totally different match. And sure enough, Italy holds on, gets that third set, and they cruise from there. So that was pretty cool. And then rough night on the balance beam last night. I don't know if you guys saw any of that. Girls
Simone Biles and
Suni
Lee. Oh, that was sad.
Like every single girl was falling off that beam there.
They were slipping left and right. Even Simone Biles, she fell. She could probably got another gold.
You could see the anger in her face after that, too.
Man, she would have got another medal. No, that was sad, man. That was tough to watch.
No, very tough. It was very hard to watch, but it was just, I think the announcer said, like, sometimes these falls on the beam, they can get a little contagious. And, one girl falls, and another one, and it just snowballs from there. But that's what happened.
Hey, the men's and women's 200-meter dash, it's going to be explosive.
Ooh, that's going to be
It's going to be explosive.
Yeah,
that girl got to be
some swag,
yeah,
too.
Alfred, the girl, what is she? Holy, that's going to be fun. Go ahead, New York Kitty.
Yeah, going back to the Aiyuk thing and, whether or not it's Kendrick Bourne or Amari Cooper, I'm with you guys. I would take Amari Cooper in a heartbeat. 1-year deal, see what happens. He's got the same amount of numbers that Aiyuk had last year, pretty similar. But one name I'm looking at, if you were to get Cooper, move on from him next year, T. Higgins. I mean, he's not going to break the bank. What I've
sure about that?
It sounds like he wants to break the
bank. There's an article I'm reading in CBS
New York
Sports. Yeah, hold on. But he's saying he doesn't want to break the bank. He wants a similar deal to Michael Pittman, which is around like the $22-23 million mark. I mean, if they were going to give that to Aiyuk, why wouldn't you want to give it to a guy like T. Higgins?
New York Kenny. I've learned something with Bonte the last 6 months. Everyone wants to break the bank. Every year. Yeah. Every second.
Yeah, that's what it's all about. Even in this business. Any business.
I didn't even just say sports. I meant walks of life. General.
80 walks of life. We want the bag, baby. Why wouldn't you? We live in California. See these taxes we're paying? See the house rate, the interest rates on these houses? There's no bubble popping anytime soon.
Yeah, that property tax is high.
Whew.
Although interest rates have gone down.
Well, I'm watching. All right. That was Fast Five, brought to you by Xfinity at home. We're on the go. You get the fastest internet to all of your devices. Steiny and Guru coming up next, right here on 95.7 The Game. Oh, do we got a minute? Do we need to stall? What's up?
No, we're good to go.
Oh, we're good to go? We can say bye-bye?
We can say bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Chask, you want to say bye-bye?
Bye-bye.
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 Timmy, everybody. Great job. Next up for...
brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have a great point. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow.
Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
He's an Italian.
And together, they're Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
Things are percolating.
We give you a 1.
That's fine. Means all I can do is go up on this show. Mm-hmm. We got news involving Brandon Aiyuk, Goo.
Do we, or is it the same news?
Well, I think
I'm about that action, boss.
Well, I think there's a lot to talk about. Where there's smoke, there's fire.
Yeah.
But the bottom line is, according to Matt Mayoko, the 49ers have negotiated a framework of deals that would send Brandon Aiyuk, to either Cleveland or New England. So now, apparently, and there's a lot to get into, the ball's in Ayuk's court, though I'm not sure I believe that. But
explain it to me.
That's where we're at right now. Apparently, there's a couple teams willing to pay Aiyuk. To me, that's half of it. The other half of it is that the 49ers are going to still want something valuable for him. And we'll see if they can figure it out.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, if somehow this team, the San Francisco 49ers, could get the likes of Amari Cooper to replace the absence of Brandon Aiyuk, to me, that changes everything. But, Steiny, I got a question. We're talking about Aiyuk, his minute leverage. That's what it looks like to me. He doesn't have much, if any. But in what world, and I'm Team Aiyuk, in what world is the trade up to him? If the Niners want to get rid of, quote unquote, this headache or a guy that overvalues himself, why would the trades hinge and depend on Brandon wanting to play in either New England or Cleveland? What am I missing? How is it up to him? Said team can trade. He has no trade clause. He doesn't have a no trade clause. So if they just wanted to get past this, isn't it, hey, buddy, we had a great run. Steiny, your ass is going to Cleveland.
Well, Cleveland probably doesn't want to trade for somebody who doesn't want to be there. And especially if Cleveland or the Patriots are prepared to give him a big contract, but he doesn't want to be there.
Well, damn, where does he want to be?
It's a great question.
Do you still think he wants to wear the red and gold? And does the red and gold want him to wear it at this point? How much damage has really been done?
I think the San Francisco 49ers absolutely want Brandon Aiyuk to be wearing a 49er uniform.
Interesting.
For $14 million. Wow. That's the bottom line.
Wow.
To me. And the other question I have is, do the 49ers really right now have 2 deals for Brandon Aiyuk?
Wow.
I don't know, man.
If you have to counter yes or no, well, I'm betting no. I ain't hating on the reporters because I love them all. They got a job to do, but good God, Steiny, something is amiss. Something is off. Because you would have pulled the trigger already.
My feeling on this, after learning about Aiyuk today and doing more thinking on Trent Williams, is while it may be subject to change and anything can happen at any moment, the 49ers so far this offseason are playing hardball. They are absolutely playing hardball and have played hardball up to this point. Because if Michael Silver of the Chronicle's correct and the Niners knew Trent Williams
there you go,
was unhappy in March and that this was on the horizon, and the 49ers knew back in March Brandon Aiyuk was going to be tough to sign. John Sally. Then the reality of the situation is we're 4 months later, and it doesn't seem like the 49ers have budged on anything.
Well, I'll tell you this. That comes at a cost. And I text you and Evan early this morning because I've been thinking about it, Steiny. We talk about windows. as the 49ers are currently constructed, I got my money on them to come out the NFC. If Brandon Aiyuk somehow is in another uniform and you're gonna go out there with Pearsall, who I'm not hating on. I can't wait to see / Juwan Jennings. And let's just say you don't get the likes of Amari Cooper. Stoney, that window doesn't shut, but it gets closer to shutting. Like, if you're going to get another receiver too, when is he going to learn the playbook? When is he going to develop the rapport? Like, they got a game this Saturday in Tennessee. So I'm just proceed with caution. You are right. They're playing hardball, but to what at what cost, partner? That's what's concerning me. At what cost?
Well, I don't know if there's a cost yet on it. I really don't. But I hear you. I hear you. And, you know, as for the one thing I'm not overly concerned with is
Trent Williams.
No. Is if they were to get Amari Cooper, the playbook. I look at Amari Cooper as a guy who's been in the league for a while.
All right.
You know, and you know what? And here's where I'm a stickler. They don't have a game Saturday. They have an exhibition.
Yeah.
Saturday.
That he won't, if he were a Niner, and Aiyuk wouldn't even participate in.
Probably not.
I don't even expect Purdy to play in that game.
Yeah, I don't know.
We'll see. Kyle's talking today, right?
Yeah, Kyle Shanahan's going to talk around 12 or 12:15. We're going to take that press conference live.
I'm sure
from
he's looking
Santa
forward
Clara.
to that, Steiny.
And at 1 o'clock, we're going to have Eric Crocker, Locked On 49ers podcast, because there's a lot of 49er talk that we're going to be doing today. Also, big Warrior news, or at least news that affects the Warriors. Lauri Markkanen, according to reports, is going to sign an extension with the Jazz tomorrow, which means he will be in a Jazz uniform all season long. So if Sham Charania's report is correct, and I have no reason to believe it isn't, the Golden State Warriors, their pursuit of Markkanen is over this year. And they won't be acquiring Lauri Markkanen this year.
Yeah, put me down for disappointed, and they tried on Paul George. By all accounts, they tried on Markkanen. All I'm thinking about is a guy that's going to take the court at 12:30 today for the Team USA. How does Steph feel about that, you know?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how Steph feels about anything. We'll find more about that. I mean, in a related piece of news today technically is the first day that Steph Curry could sign a 1-year extension for year 2026-27. And, I put some weight into that date, but apparently Joe Lacob said don't read too much into it if it doesn't happen.
Yeah,
Curry's in France right now, finishing up with Team USA. So I wouldn't say that if nothing happens today, it means anything. Let's put it that way.
Got you.
There's nothing to see here with Steph Curry until there's something to see.
But for the 49ers, there is, partner.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm tired of this. You tired?
No, I love it.
What do you love about it?
I love that there's. I love that guys just don't get what they want. I'm glad that ownership and front office doesn't just get what they want. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but
that's kind of what I, this is the NFL. And the way the salary cap's set up for first round picks, it invites this kind of conflict. It just does. And we've seen it with a bunch of receivers this offseason. Now, a bunch of them have signed, but CeeDee Lamb hasn't, and neither has Brandon Aiyuk. So that's the way that goes.
Yeah, you're right. But 97% of athletes that do what Brandon's doing, they get the team to succumb, Stoney. They win. But it's about how good you are. And we saw this with Debo. We saw it with Bosa last year. And I know you're not on Twitter, but last night, Stoney, what I don't like about this, because I'm Team Aiyuk, I personally wouldn't want my son or myself go out there and risk it all in